eyes. Queen of discord where I stand, chaos in my every hand. Goddess of the wild night, bringing dreams to shattered light. Valhalla's throne is where I reign, with a heart that knows no pain. Goddess of the wild night, bringing dreams to shattered light. Valhalla's throne is where I reign, with a heart that knows no pain. Areas of courage and might, feel the passion, feel the pride. Crave the edges of my dance, take a leap, take a chance. Attitude lights up the sky, sassy sparks that never die. In my world you'll find the flame, burning bright without a name. Feel the thrill inside your soul, breaking chains to make you whole. Through the chaos find your way, in my kingdom you will stay. Areas of courage and light, feel the passion, feel the pride. Crave the edges of my dance, take a leap, take a chance. Goddess of the wild night, bringing dreams to shattered light. Valhalla's throne is where I reign, with a heart that knows no pain. Areas of courage and light, feel the passion, feel the pride. Crave the edges of my dance, take a leap, take a chance. In the city, neon lights, dancing under cyber skies. Foxes running through the night, glowing with electric eyes. Wicked wrench from the east, schemes and plans never cease. Flying with wit, she moves so fast in the shadows of the past. Cyber fox, run away. Alien dreams night turns to day. Project story of the time in this world of code sublime. Glitch in the system, clocks rewind. Secrets hidden you can find. Tech and dreams they intertwine, through the matrix undefined. Feel the thrill inside your soul, breaking chains to make you whole. Through the chaos find your way, in my kingdom you will stay. Cyber fox, run away. Alien dreams night turns to day. Project story of the time in this world of code sublime. In the shadows I reside, with that fire in my eyes. Queen of discord where I stand, chaos in my every hand.
Oh my gosh.
Yay.
Yay. You hate this show? But
I
why?
do. I
Why do
do.
you hate this show, Josh?
Because it's terrible. Nothing makes sense.
You know, I never thought I'd say this, but I missed the first season.
The first season was better.
The first season
It legitimately was.
better.
Yeah. Oh, and where was it? I saw something on the I saw something on the Twitters,
Oh my goodness.
which is always, that's always a bad thing. Okay. Okay. All right. Found it. Sharing screen. All right. There you go.
Is it ready to be shared?
Yeah.
Okay.
The official Lord Rings of Power Twitter account. Okay, we ship them.
I knew it. I knew people were going to do it the second that they talked to each other. They talked to each other and had almost chemistry. They almost had chemistry for like 10 seconds. And I knew they were going to ship. I was just like, I knew it. I knew they were going to ship them.
Mm-hmm.
I've spent a lot of time in different fandoms, and I am totally okay with people shipping as long as that doesn't become your entire reason for watching the show.
Right.
I have no issue with you wanting two characters to get together because generally speaking, there's a reason, like a good reason why those characters, generally, there's a bunch of asterisks. Okay, by the word generally. Okay. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes they talk for 2 seconds and they're like, oh, I'm imagining an entire relationship in 2 seconds. And I'm like, that tells me a lot about you.
Up. The first 10 minutes of Up. Magical. Like, you got to know everything about that couple. You shared their lives together. It's a beautiful love story right there.
Yeah.
And props to Star Wars Garrison here. Imagine being a Lord of the Rings fan and experiencing the official page talking about shipping characters. Take me back to when we talked about how badass things were.
This is not the show where I would say anyone needs to be shipped together. Because quite frankly, there's nobody to ship because I would need more character in order to feel like I could have two people.
Do you mean to tell me that you didn't feel the romantic tension between Poppy and what's-his-face?
Oh, I felt what they were trying to force happen, and I was just sitting there like...
Yeah.
In a good show, I could kind of see maybe, right? Like, okay, they find each other attractive. Like, that's what I got out of that if this was a good show, which in this show, it was just awkward. I don't know if it was intentionally awkward, but it was like, you kind of just felt like, and it's funny because this is like Nori. I finally figured out some of the character names, which I'm very proud of myself. Nori is just kind of standing there. She's just like, okay, what the fuck? And I'm like, wow, Nori, we've never been on the same page. And we currently are. That's impressive. We currently are on the same page because I have no idea what's going on either. Nori.
It does seem like after she lost her pimento olives, she's gained a character. The olives were holding her back.
The olives were, in fact, holding her back. Okay. All right.
Well, we have 2 episodes to cover.
All right. Hold on. Let me get to my... Okay. I gotta get to my little thing. All right. All right. Watch episode 4 again. No, thank you.
No.
Oh my god, I forgot. Literally, the thumbnail reminded me of something that happened in episode 3 that I totally forgot about. That's funny. I forgot about the Numenorians in episode 3. All right. That's the Amazon Prime logo, because who the fuck cares, honestly? Okay. All right. Okay. So, episode 3. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out if this is a recap or not. Okay. So this is a recap. Okay. Oh, Mount Doom. I miss you. You were so good. You tried to end this story.
You really did. It really did. Like, we were so close to just ending all these people and preserving the lore.
Yes.
So close.
Yes. All right. Let's see. Okay, so we start out with... All right, so we have the Numenorians, and they're about to sell back because, quite frankly, they took this giant, massive L. And they're just kind of retreating, honestly.
Yeah. Run away!
Yes. We're EFAPing this again? Yeah, Ram Bam. We are. Well, I mean, and also, it's just kind of a good way to cover the show. Because it does not stay in the brain at all. It does not. I saw the thumbnail for episode 3 and I was like, oh yeah, that happened. I forgot that happened. It's like...
I mean, I was at almost a complete loss of words yesterday on Loki's because I legitimately couldn't remember what happened.
I'm having to use my Amazon Prime Video app right now to go through the show so I can remember what the hell's going on. Because if I was asked to just sit here and recall it by memory, there is I
couldn't do it.
I forgot that Isildur. What happened with Isildur? Okay, I forgot like probably 80% of the episode. Mm-hmm. It's that bad. Okay. And it's funny because we would try to rank the episodes. I can't give you a rank of any of these episodes because they're so low.
Yeah.
There's like no entertainment factor almost. I would say episode 4 has the highest entertainment factor so far. But that not because they intended it to, but because I was laughing at certain parts.
I think I know what parts you're referring to.
There's a fight scene that I laughed at. There was
toward the end.
Yeah, toward the end, I laughed at that. Just in general, what happens with the stranger, I laughed at. I kind of just laughed at the
more hobbits. Yay!
I was hoping they died. I was like, damn it, they didn't die. Because I thought that would have been really funny if
it would have been.
If like, you had Nori who'd been pushing Gandalf. Gandalf's like, I'm not ready to use my powers. Like, I know I'm not. I don't have control. And she's just like, yeah, but if you believe, like, because this is a Disney movie, if you believe in magic, then you can do it. And
or like a Troll 2, where it's like, where the kid just says, concentrate.
Yeah.
On what?
Exactly. It's like, so he uses, never mind. We'll get into it. Because it happens in episode 3. So no, it didn't happen in episode 3. That happened in episode 2. Fuck, the Harfoots weren't in episode 3.
No, they weren't.
That's funny. Okay, so we can talk about it. All right. I just thought it would have been funny that Nori had been pushing him to use his magic. He finally uses his magic and like really uses it, and it causes her to die. I thought that would have been hilarious. Yeah, because there's actually a moral for a story there of Yeah. Don't get him into peer pressure. Know your limits.
And here's. And it's one of those things that is a problem with this entire series. There are moments that have potential.
Yes.
But then they do the dumbest thing possible with it.
Yes.
I'm still waiting for how badly they'll screw up the dwarves. Because so far, the dwarves have been the only decent thing in this series.
Yes. Episode 4 had no dwarves.
Yep.
That's the worst part. Okay. It's horrible, but for the entertainment factor, episode 4 is the most like season 1. So season 1 had a lot of entertainment factor. So anyway, episode 3 starts off with we're on the beach. The Numenorians are finally like, yeah, we need to leave. Why did we listen to that woman? Which, quite frankly, I've no idea.
Bye.
Yeah, that was stupid. It's like, okay, so we saved.
Why are we listening to the blind queen?
Yeah, it's like, so we saved 20 villagers from like 20 orcs
in order to help with these random people with the Southlands and have them reclaim their king, and it turns out their king was actually the arch enemy of all of us.
Yes. Well,
why are we here?
Even funnier is like this. They were preparing to go to war. This was supposed to be a war because that's what they were preparing for.
Right.
And that's what this was being sold as. It was a minor skirmish.
It was one battle.
It was one battle in a unknown village that nobody's going to talk about. And then a volcano got activated because of some bullshit by a sword. And then we lost like half the people that we came with. We almost Oh, almost like our whole army died,
Our-
and then anybody who could even
our top general lost his son. Supposedly, they don't know if Isildur's still alive.
Yeah.
Our queen regent was blinded because for some stupid reason she was on the front lines.
For some stupid reason, she was here.
Yeah. I mean, when you're the regent, you're already the backup ruler. You should not be anywhere near the field of battle.
Also, she's not like trained, I don't think, in battle. So why
Clearly.
Oh my gosh, the King of Rohan. Help me. What was his name?
Théoden,
thank you. So Théoden was trained in battle, so it made sense for him to be there.
Mhm.
But even then, he wasn't on the front lines.
Right.
Okay.
He
So it.
Yeah. You have the king be the general.
Yes. So generals don't take front lines.
And his son was in the army, and he died.
Yes. So it's just like you're kind of just sitting there. You're like, okay, so you have no battle experience, and you're in the front lines. Now you're blind. Like our head general son is dead. Oh, most of our troops are gone. Right.
Yeah.
And we're sailing back on one ship. We might have won that battle, but we pretty much lost in every other way. Like there is no. This was a total loss.
Yeah.
And
we
has every right to lose her power.
We won the battle, but lost the war, even though that's the only battle we partook in.
Yes. It's just like we literally like this was.
We're 1-0 and we lost.
Yeah, it's like this was such a bad call, like a laughably bad call. And she deserves.
I just hope an eagle. I just hope a random bird chooses a different ruler form. We'll get there.
Well, quite frankly, I would pick him over her at this point. Look what happened under her supervision.
I know.
This wasn't a war. This was like a skirmish, and it's like no. I honestly, I think we have a better shot because we know what happens when you're in charge. Okay, we don't know what happens when he's in charge. Now he might be worse than you, but we don't know that, and people are going to take chances on that. Especially,
I also do want to point one little thing out. There's no. I don't remember any indication in Tolkien's works about Muriel being blind. She was a seer. She foresaw the future, but I don't remember her being blind.
Wasn't there a famous seer that was blind? I think in Greek mythos or something. Is that? I feel like seers in some kind of ancient civilization.
The oracle, the oracle in Greek mythology was blind.
Okay, yeah, that's what. Okay, so maybe they're just, oh look, she's become like the oracle from Greek mythos, where like I can almost guarantee you that's why she's blind.
Even though it's clear the actress isn't because she's walking perfectly fine.
It's weird. It's like she's. See, there's different levels of blindness that you can still be considered blind, right? You can like still be able to like vaguely see things and be considered legally blind. From what I have gathered, she is completely blind.
That's how they're portraying it. You know, she keeps mentioning because like when they're sailing back into Numenor, she asks like, "What does he see?" And you know, because like she can't tell that the harbor's open and everything like that.
Yeah.
So that tells me she has complete total blindness.
Yeah, and I would like to see some hesitancy, right? When she's walking, I could understand like she doesn't want to show weakness whenever she walks. So I don't mind her like, oh, she's riding her horse in, with the general. Oh, the general's holding her arm or something because she doesn't want to give the indication she's blind.
But there's also a huge difference between someone who's walking around who was born blind and someone who has lost their sight. It's a huge adjustment.
It's like all you have to do is close your eyes and just try to walk around. There is going to be an unconscious hesitancy Because you're like, I kind of know where everything is, but I'm going to be, I don't know. Right?
Or how about when, or how about just when you turn off, the light before you go to bed? You might just turn off. You don't really think much because you know the layout of the bedroom. But then there was that one box that you didn't put away all the way properly, and you step into it, and now suddenly all that confidence is just gone. Yeah. And you're like, oh God, what else is here? What else is here? Let me get my phone and I'll use the nightlight.
Yes. Totally understand that. Yeah, so anyway.
Point is, she acts blind when the script kind of tells her to. She doesn't act blind other times.
I think they should have given her like a decorative, when she got back to Numenor, she should have had like a decorative cloth put over, it kind of gives like a,
like a headdress that like goes over her face, like covers half her face or something like that.
Yeah. Have some kind of like headdress, like basically incorporate the fact that you are blind into your royal wear now.
Right. Yeah. And then also have like, the ladies in waiting have, or, the captain of the guard, someone is like always escorting the queen.
Yes.
So that way she does
normalcy. Yeah.
Yes. Because like it's not it's not unusual for the captain of the guard, her personal protector, to be leading her. So you just have him escort her now. Yeah. That way everything still feels, fine. She's still showing strength. She's still attending royal functions, but you're taking into account she can't see. Because later on in the episode, there's the shot where she's like walking and knows exactly when to stop and turn. Like, how did you do that? And she's walking in a perfectly straight line. Like, you can't do that when you were blinded only like a week ago.
Yeah.
If by this point she'd been blinded for several years, I could accept it. But this was recent.
Yes. It takes a lot to adjust.
Yes. Sight is an incredibly important one of our senses. It's why when someone is blinded, it is a massive adjustment.
Yes.
But then they get daredevil powers, and that's cool.
It would be cool, since I have no confidence in her having daredevil powers. All right, let's see. So Isildur's horse is refusing to leave, and his dad's like, "Come on, boy," and he's like, "No," and they end up letting the horse go. And the armor is bothering me because the armor looks like it is a t-shirt because of the way that it clings to his body and the way that it scrunches up around the shoulder, or the
Yeah, it's not like a Gambitson, like the thick padded, armor that they would wear underneath the suits of armor. It looks just like a thick t-shirt. That's all it looks like.
Yeah. It's noticeably bad. Like, it bothers me with how bad it is. So, yeah, lets the horse go. We see a map because I don't know why we care about distance now.
I was reminded of the joke from the Muppets movie there, one of the newer Muppet movies where they went, "Let's travel by map."
It seems to be an efficient way to travel, and you're going to use it all the time.
Yeah. Unlike, big sweeping shots of the landscape to give you the sense that a lot of time and distance has been traveled, like a certain set of trilogy movies that also did that.
Well, they would tell you, "Oh, I think it's going to take this long to get there." And then they would show you the travel, and they'd show you different times of day and different locations. And so they did a really good job of letting you know how long it had been without explicitly like giving a 2 months later at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm reminded of some of the shots in, mostly in Two Towers, where you see Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, and you just see them running. And it's these huge, epic, sweeping shots of them just running on the landscape. We don't need every single thing about that. We don't need to see every single step of their trip. But you get this, it just conveys the sense to the audience that time and distance has happened. And you can do that. It just takes, 10, 20 seconds to show
Too
like
long.
these little, traveling montages.
It's too much.
Oh, okay.
It's too much, Josh. Because, that would cost money. We don't have money in this show. We don't have any money. We're broke in this show. We're very broke. So.
Okay. Wow. All right. Chris sent me something, and I will have to save it for when we get to episode 4.
Okay. I'm now very excited.
It's good. Chris worked his magic.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So then now we're with the horse, and the horse gets to the village. The village, but they tried so valiantly to protect.
Is the horse the MVP in this episode?
No, Bronwyn is.
Okay.
No, because the horse didn't just escape and then leave the show altogether. It continued to be in it. So that was a choice it made.
Well, Adar also left, but then also didn't.
Doesn't count.
Okay.
Because, the character, it wasn't to the point. Apparently the actor was not important enough to the character to remove the character. All right, hold on a second.
Well, I mean, he regenerated. He came off of regeneration. He's fine.
Yeah, fair.
Still got the scars. That's so it was kind of a crappy regeneration.
It was. So horse is there. In village, the orcs are looking to have horse meat. And the horse absolutely takes out orcs, and it's a good horse. All right, it deserves a pet. And yeah, then the orcs are like, they're trying to follow, the rest of the orcs are trying to follow in, and then one of the orcs is like, no, it's the Black Forest. And nothing comes out of the Black Forest.
I was kind of expecting to have an Adarix moment, from Never Ending Story.
Explain. I've seen that movie one time, so I don't remember the character names. So you're gonna explain.
Okay. So Adarix was the horse that fell into the pit of despair. And
it got super depressed. It got chronic depression and ran out of antidepressants. Okay, right, yes.
Right, yeah. It's so the horse died. I was expecting, with how much we were following this horse, I was expecting the horse to die once after they were reunited.
That would have been funny. But alas, no, not allowed. The horse is forced to live. It has a contract. It's not allowed to break away from.
No, we had to meet baby Shelob.
So horse is following
around. Did we need
that? No. Horse going around, sniff, looking around, finds spooky cave. Big spook of a cave. Horse decides that it wants to go inside. Finds Isildur.
Because horses love caves.
Yeah, horses definitely love spooky areas and aren't easily spooked.
Right.
I guess
and they love confined spaces. They don't like, being out in in the wilds, in big wide open fields. No. They like confined spaces like a cave.
Yes.
Because this horse is apparently more like a dog, like trying to find its master.
1000%. So Isildur has found himself stuck to a wall because he is snack for spiders. And I was thinking, okay, so we're gonna get a spider fight. The horse is definitely gonna die. Okay, so the horse sacrifices himself for Isildur. Like, that'd be a good character moment for Isildur. Is that, the person, that the only thing that came and saved him, the closest thing he has to a friend right now, died.
Yeah.
Sacrificing. That'd be a good story. No.
Like I said, there are moments in this show where there is potential for something interesting.
I know. We're sitting here, we're like, oh no, spooky spider is getting out of the thing, and I don't like spiders, so I did not like this. My one thought was, all right, let's set this thing on fire and leave.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I support this.
Yes. And Isildur is like trying to, Isildur's trying to get free. He's kind of doing a shit job, but he ends up getting what is it? I'm trying to. I think he gets a sword or something and cuts himself free.
Yeah, I think he takes one of the orcs' swords that he found. And then the orc was not, and then he was not dead yet. He's getting better.
Yeah, he definitely was on the mend. And he ends up fighting the baby spider, quote unquote baby spider, and slash stab.
Baby Shelob.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what that was.
Shelob babies.
Great.
Because that's something we needed. I suppose it is better than the sexy Shelob we got in that one video game.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Was it? They did. What was? Hold on. I need to look this up now. Was it Shadow of Mordor 2? I think it was. Shadow of Mordor. Oh, Shadow of War. Okay.
Oh, I will say that was a very, very lackluster fight because it was kind of like stab, but not really stab, but like try to like, what was it? Try to throw the spider off of him like he was in a wrestling match. He was basically doing a WWE match with the spider. It was just like
he is.
Yeah. And then they escape, and I'm like, okay. And here's the thing: is at no point am I ever worried about Isildur dying, because he literally has to live.
Yeah.
So I'm never worried. And like so many other people can die, like Elrond can't, Galadriel can't.
No matter how much we wish she would.
No matter how much, but I think those three and the stranger. So totally not Gandalf. So those four can't die.
Right.
Sauron is a different entity.
Not Saruman.
Arabian Night Saruman?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Because Saruman definitely was evil the whole time. He definitely didn't get corrupted by the Palantir, because he wanted so bad to do good, he ended up turning to evil, which was a very interesting trope I don't see like super often. Like you're so set on saving the world, you end up helping doom it. I like that.
Okay, there it is.
Oh.
That was Shelob in the Shadow in the Shadow of Mordor 2 game.
Fuck off. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a nasty old hag spider. Okay, she's not supposed to be hot. Get out of here. I don't know what.
I don't know what.
Half of her spider.
No. Oh no.
That would have been actually acceptable. Okay, somewhat.
And she's for some reason wearing like an evening dress.
Okay, somebody.
Because spiders are known for their sense of fashion.
Well, I don't know. Have we asked? They do spin silk.
Yeah, that is true. Well, so. Just because they can make the materials, it doesn't mean that they have an eye for fashion.
That is also fair.
Yeah. So yeah.
Remember Fantastic Beasts when they made Nagini, the chick that kept shape-shifting? Anybody remember that?
I don't.
Yeah, Voldemort's snake, Nagini, was actually this chick that kept shape-shifting into a snake. It would keep doing it for longer periods of time until she never shifted back into a human. That is some lore that came from the Fantastic Beasts movie.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it was the second one. I never saw the third one, but I remember from the second one that was a thing. And I was like, I didn't need an explanation on Voldemort's snake. I know, shocking. I actually didn't need information on that. It was just Big Snake that liked Voldemort because he's a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and snakes like the descendants of Slytherin, and yeah. So I didn't think it was really that deep. Also, it has a piece of his soul inside of it, so that also, kind of helped. So, it literally didn't need to know the background to Nagini. But here we are, and that's kind of what that Shelob thing kind of reminds me of.
Yeah. So I will give him that. I will take baby Shelob over sexy human sorceress Shelob. I will take that.
Waifu Shelob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So
they fight off. They fight off baby Shelob. Get out. Everyone's fine.
Everyone's fine. Nobody cares. They are back in Numenor all of a sudden. How exciting! Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're back in Numenor, and
Is this where the sister is bitching to those people at the table?
No, they're doing the king's dead.
Oh, rip. Okay.
Massive rip.
He had like 3 lines in season 1 or something.
The last thing he said to his daughter was, "Don't go, you're going to be blind." And she was like, "Yeah, lol, whatever, Dad." And that was it. So.
Okay.
Yeah. The sister has become unbearable very quickly. I gotta love the.
What? Did something happen to her? Because she looks different than she did last season.
It could be a different actress. I don't actually care. She's like, it's either she
looks skinnier. I don't know what.
So either she started taking something that both makes her skinnier and older. I can't imagine what that drug might possibly be, or it's a different actress, or like she's got to do some shit. So you got your 3 options there. This is a different human, or something's happened to her, because she looks like 10 years older, and she looks like she hasn't slept during that whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and And I'm sure it almost looks like she has some gray hairs now somehow. Okay, so this is the thing. I'm pretty sure this is the actress, right? Because she comes up to Isildur's father when the king's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Start saying, I'm pretty sure that's her because it has to be, right? But it kind of looks like they're husband and wife, and not that that's his daughter. It looks odd. I don't know. It's weird. It's very strange.
It is.
And, she's like, oh, you speak freely of dead kings, but you refuse to utter your son's name. And I mean, he kind of has this look on his face like, bitch, I've been here for 5 minutes. I'm at a funeral for the dead king. Shut up. Like, you blame yourself, but you need it. True blame belongs to another. I mean, like, yeah, obviously he's gonna blame himself. He allowed him to come. He wasn't supposed to go. He's the one that ended up okaying him staying on. So, yeah, he's gonna blame himself. Blah, blah, blah. Still talking. Blah, blah, blah. And she knows about the Palantir. We now know that she knows about the Palantir.
Well, we saw her with it last season.
Oh, really? I have no recollection of that. That tells me a lot. Was that in one of the later episodes that my brain just started to wander off? Okay, that probably explains that then. So that was a flashback. I thought that was new information. Okay, that's funny.
We saw her discover the Palantir at the end of season 1.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Show you got one. Okay, I forgot something. You got one. Now, awkward pauses, man. What?
Well, I was looking for a picture of the actress from season 1 and season 2. Just to confirm to me that she does look different. And one of the things that popped up was Rings of Power actress not returning for season 2, and it has a picture of someone in blue.
Yeah,
we'll get there.
We'll get there.
But yeah, Isildur's never before mentioned sister does look different. I mean, it's the same person, but she looks very different.
She looks older, right? She doesn't look as...
She does. She also looks thinner.
Yeah. She might be on that Ozempic diet. Yeah.
But yeah, she just looking at the pictures here. I wish there was a side-by-side picture so I could share it.
Yeah.
But she was cuter in season 1. She's I don't know what happened.
It has been 2 years, and a lot can happen in 2 years.
I know. Addictions can arise and stuff. Yeah. I don't know why that came to mind.
Yeah, definitely not. So Queen arrives, and Isildur's father, whose name what is his name?
I'm sorry, whose name?
Elendil, finally. Yes. I know the name of Isildur's father. I was looking for a shorter way to say Isildur's father, so I looked up his
Elendil.
Elendil.
Yes. So, who also can't die now. Because he gets killed by Sauron in the big battle.
Oh, look at that. We have a number 5 who can't die. So, Elendil can't die.
Tom Bombadil can't die.
Okay, we have 6. Tom Bombadil can't die. Gandalf can't die. Galadriel can't die. Sauron can't die.
Elrond.
I said Elrond, did I not?
I didn't hear him.
Elrond.
Elrond. Anyway.
So Queen rolls up in there. Elendil goes to kind of give her some, kind of like a hand would in Game of Thrones, just like, hey, this is some shit you need to know. Also, because you're blind as fuck, you can't.
Right.
Here's what you're not seeing. The guy, what is his name? Farazan?
Farazan.
Farazan.
Another guy who can't die now, but the way they're doing the show, he should die at some point during this series, along with Muriel and
nice.
the rest and the rest of Numenor.
I'm very excited to see Numenor get wiped out.
They're largely insufferable.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like
I don't see the place of the best of men, and I'm not seeing it.
Also, I'm just saying the elves kind of are right. Okay, this is what it was like. The elves are kind of just like, yeah, fuck the men. It's like, yeah, I kind of agree, elves, but you suck too. So you'll all suck. What happened?
I mean, when the stubbornness of dwarves is the best, most relatable of all the races.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I also forgot. Orcs also care about their families.
Shut the fuck up, stupid. Right.
We'll get there.
So they're at the funeral. Elendil, Selin, Muriel. Oh, hey, this is all the shit's happening. Farazan schmoozing. He's a smoozer, and he's obviously doing the politician thing.
Chris brings up a good point.
Saruman is the first spirit. Yeah, and that's probably why Arabian Nights Saruman is actually going to be the show Saruman, even though Saruman literally was not bad until he started looking into the Palantir.
Yes, and then
during
slowly got corrupted. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Saruman was the wisest and most powerful of the wizards.
He literally was a good person.
Yes, he was.
He wasn't. It's literally like, hey,
his corruption took a very long time.
Yes, it was a long game. It was very much. It's probably the entire Third Age.
And Sauron and Sauron had nothing to do with it. It was just he discovered the Palantirs and wanted to try to exploit them, and slowly got corrupted.
Yeah.
It's like it wasn't like it was Saruman's master plan. Like I will corrupt the leader of the wizards. Over the next century, and everything's going to plan. Like no, it wasn't like that.
No, Saruman's quest for knowing all and his paranoia for what was to come literally led him into ruin and to become evil.
And also and the longer he got more and more corrupted, the more he started to care about himself and his territory.
Yes.
So that's why he was like, okay, we need to side with Sauron because elves are leaving, the dwarves are weak and scattered, and men are useless. So it's the only way we'll survive.
Yep.
But I do like this theory of maybe not Gandalf is actually Saruman, and he dislikes the hobbits because he interacted with all those damn Harfoots.
See, that would make sense, except very obviously, it's painful how obvious it is this is Gandalf.
I mean, at one point they call, at one point in episode 4, when they describe their friend, they flat out say, "Oh, so he's some sort of grand elf." And I was like,
"Oh, he's a wizard. He's a wizard, Mr. Potter."
Oh no.
He's a wizard. It's like, oh, do you actually have a word for wizard, Harfoot?
Also, why haven't they just given him a name?
Well, he has one. He just has to go find it.
Yeah, but you can go by something else in the meantime.
Bob.
I mean, Gandalf himself had multiple names.
Yes. We're not doing that because it's going to be a big reveal.
Oh.
Probably at the end of this season. Although, who the fuck knows? I don't, we're halfway through, and I feel like we've done maybe like an episode and a half of work here. So
this show is so, it's painful because there is so much scenes and so little happens in them.
it is an excruciating amount of length. It just won't stop.
That's what she said.
Shut up. I knew you were going to say that. It's just... House of the Dragon season 2 had faults.
Yes,
not
it did.
As good as season 1. Okay?
Absolutely not. Season 1 was almost perfection.
Fuck me. At least the pacing was decent. For the most part. Okay?
I'm so tired of characters having dramatic scenes where they pause for everything they say.
Yeah.
Because it's dramatic.
You know what this reminds
to draw in every single
Oh my
word.
God. Okay. Jesus Christ. That is just not fair to my ADD brain to pause like that and then continue going with your sentence. God help me. My brain just can't handle that. You know what it reminds me of, though? Ahsoka, where they would just pause.
I haven't watched a single episode of that show.
Oh, I watched it through EFAP. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Your elven head, okay? It is. I had
my pointy elven head.
Yes, I had a wall of protection. So.
Okay.
No. So, all right. So there's on doing the political thing where he's schmoozing over the nobles.
Yeah. And he's calling out Muriel and her bullshit.
Yep. This chick kind of rolls up in there, and then,
I have a Palantir.
Yeah, is this how? No, not yet. We're not in the. No.
Oh, I keep forgetting. See,
we're not in the pub. We're in the funeral. What do you think?
All these scenes blend together.
I know. That's why I'm literally watching it on my phone as I'm talking about it, which is the only way I'm able to figure out what's happening.
Okay.
So
I don't remember a damn thing about the king's funeral.
Yes. The chick rolls up in the funeral, and the Queen Regent's like, what's going on here? And she said, oh, is this how we treat our fallen? And then, absolutely just smacks the Queen Regent, which she should have died for that, quite frankly.
Yes. Yes.
That woman should be dead.
Yes. It's like, I understand your pain, but no, you can't just strike the Queen without any consequences.
And I don't care that the Queen said, no, it's fine. It's like, absolutely, it's not fine.
No, it's absolutely not.
Dude, do you realize you're just opening up the floodgates for anyone who's mad at you can just come up and punch you in the face? Like, it's just, no, it's like, oh, I got my ass beat, but you have a point. It's like, no, you die now. This is a monarchy. I don't know what you think you're doing. Who do you think you are, peasant?
It's like in have you ever seen some of those intense moments from in court scenes, real court cases where the distraught father who lost their child attacks the murderer during the sentencing?
Yes.
It's like, I understand you're in pain. You can't do that because now you're in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, and also you've only helped him in this case because now you've made him a victim of your violence.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do that. Don't make him a victim. Don't make them a victim of your violence.
Yeah, because now they have a right to charge you with assault. They can absolutely do that because you attacked him.
Yep.
I understand this person wronged you, and horribly so, but you can't just do that.
They might even be able to, get a mistrial, depending on what you end up doing to him.
Yeah.
Get a new jury, get a new judge. You got,
Because if you did that during the trial, it probably wouldn't have much effect during sentence if it was during like the sentencing hearing.
Oh no, I'm talking about during trial.
Yeah, but like, during trial,
being an asshole, talking shit, like trying to provoke the father, and the father ends up like getting out of the
There's a possibility that the defense could then raise a mistrial because they saw this man be attacked, and that is extremely beneficial to the defense team to be able to say that.
Yes. Big dumbs.
Yeah, it's like I understand you're in pain and you're hurting and you want justice. You can't just attack them. So this is that same kind of situation. Like, no, it's not okay that this woman just smacks the blind queen.
Yeah, and also she's blind. That makes it worse.
Yeah. It's like she can't defend herself. She can't see.
Well, not yet, at least. She hasn't like gotten to a point because it's been like so little. There's so little time has passed that she hasn't gotten to the point of being able to deal with that properly. People taking advantage of her lack of sight. So, anyway, a woman should have definitely been killed for treason, or not treason, for I don't know what you would call this. Crimes against the crown or something like that. I don't know what exactly the words would be, but it's something along those lines. And it's like, oh, who did you lose? And it's like, I don't give a shit who you lost, quite frankly. Oh, was it your son? Oh no. Well, honestly, you do have every right, in my opinion, to smack the queen, because the queen made a really stupid decision to like. But when it comes time for the election, you can remember that and vote for Farazan. Whenever, because, he didn't kill your son. The queen listened to an elf, which, by the way, nobody here likes elves. So the queen listened to an elf and got her son killed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it all stems back to the simple fact of, this entire story is Galadriel's fault.
It is.
If she had just left Saruman alone in the smithing class, he would have just. It seemed like he was perfectly content just being a blacksmith on Numenor.
Yeah. And he might have died with the when the giant tidal wave smacks.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, Galadriel, things are best left alone.
Yes.
Because the universe is already doing something about it.
No, it was Saruman's master plan all along, apparently, now is what they're trying to make it seem like, even though, no, he was just going along for the ride.
1,000% just going along for the ride. All right. Oh, then the queen rewards her with a hug, which easily could have gotten her stabbed, but whatever.
If only.
Yeah. So now we are. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh yeah. So the queen's in her dad's bedchambers, and she's going through his shit. She finds a little ring thing. I think it's to open the Palantir room.
Yes.
And Farazan comes in and he's just like, so you're like the least sneaky person ever. What the fuck do you have behind your back? And she's like, nothing.
And he's like, well, just show me. And I'm like, why do you care? I kept wondering that.
Yeah. He's like, I have no idea why you care. I don't know why either one of y'all care, honestly.
And then she slips it onto her wrist because it's a bracelet. And she's like, see, I don't have anything behind my back.
Except for this bracelet I didn't have on before. That's fine. I was secretly scratching my butt, Farazan. I didn't need you to know that. I just awkwardly had my hand back there. Okay, sometimes we do.
I need some Elven preparation H. Okay.
Yes, all right. I have hemorrhoids. Nobody needs to know about this. Okay, the volcano did some weird shit. Okay,
I wasn't just blinded. All right, I have some hemorrhoid issues now. Okay. Yeah. Now, it's all out in the open now, Farazan. Are you happy?
I have hemorrhoids. Okay, I was, kind of trying not to itch, but definitely itching, and you walked in at an awkward moment where the positioning was very strange. So now you have that knowledge. Is that what you wanted? Is that what you wanted? Does this satisfy your curiosity, Farazan? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so Farazan has come in to be like, hey.
That would have made a more interesting scene.
It would have been funnier, but yeah, he's like, hey, what gown are you wearing tomorrow? And I'm just kind of sitting there like, what gown is she wearing tomorrow? The fuck are you talking about? Well, she's becoming queen tomorrow.
Even though she's technically already queen regent, right?
Yeah. I guess it would be like if Aegon died and Aemond basically had to have his crowning ceremony, right? Kind of something similar, yeah. I would imagine.
Yes.
But apparently, she has the choice between white and red, and white is for the past, and red is for the future. And I'm just like, I don't know, I'd do blue for fun, just to mess everybody up.
Yeah.
And also, I think blue is her best color. Blue with some gold accents.
Yeah.
And she can be the Numenorian queen of now and really throw everybody into chaos.
And we know that there's plenty of blue dye now available for her to use.
Yeah. Somebody isn't hogging it all in the Southlands. I mean, Mordor.
Yeah. Which apparently people are now just calling Mordor. Like, that's now like the common name for the place.
Yeah, they all saw the screen where the text, everybody got it on their Apple Watch and their iPhones. They all got the update of,
Southlands is now Mordor.
The updated Google map says that, that Southlands is now Mordor. Okay. All right.
Say it properly.
Mordor.
Mordor.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, it's like red or white, and I'm like,
that's why they got rid of calling it the Southlands, because they weren't rolling the R. They had to fix that.
Yeah, there's no R to roll. They had to have something to go. Brrr.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would have chosen blue, Queen Regent, just to fuck everybody up, because I don't like this idea of, you have to wear white or red. It's like, why? Why am I like I don't have a house. This isn't Game of Thrones where I have a house where we have colors,
What if it was pink? Combine them. Combine the two colors.
You could do like a magenta maybe, but I don't know. Yeah. I think blue's her color, and I would have done blue.
But she's a girl. She has to wear pink. Because they do that with the Entwives. We'll get there.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Oh my god, I blacked that out, and I just finished watching that episode. So, like an hour ago. Red for socialism, white for nationalism. Oh. Is that what they were doing? Because I definitely thought it was silly that they were just like, you can only wear two colors. And it's like, I'm not getting married or anything. We don't have house colors here like in Game of Thrones, so why am I limited to only two colors? Why can't I do, again, I think it would have been cool if she would have done a different color, like I said, blue, for the now, because it's like, the past or the future. I think it would have been cool for her to do the now. I'm worried about the now. We can deal with the future when it comes, and we can look to the past when we need to. There you go. I just made that whole thing much better, and I made her character better too. look at that. I fixed it in 5 seconds.
I mean, I was almost expecting him to like pull out both dresses and go like, okay, which one do you want? The one on the right or the one on the left? And having her try to... I thought that's where they were going to go with it.
Well, I thought they were doing like conservative and progressive with the past and the future.
Right.
I thought that's where they were going because they're not clever, okay? They're not clever.
Yeah. And Justin, we haven't gotten to the eagle yet.
No, hold on a second. We haven't gotten there yet. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, there was an eagle. Who cares? La, la, la. You know.
Yeah, like just he mentioned some sort of random prophecy.
Yes.
Like about an eagle. Like, oh, okay. Well, I'm sure that won't be clunkily applied later on in the episode.
Yes. Like the sun rises a new monarch. Then it should be yellow. That's just me. Yeah. You're a new kind of ruler for a new day. Which, I mean, she is, but whatever. So you had white. Oh,
even
now
though
we're
she's even though as the regent, she's technically the old ruler.
True.
Because
but we're now at the tavern.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I
was simply going to say that, yeah, because like as the regent, she is the voice of the prior ruler, ruling in his stead. So she is technically the old ruler as the future. Like, okay.
Boo.
Okay, so this is where we get the tavern scene then.
Yes, and you get to talk about that because that's your favorite.
So this is where Isildur's never before mentioned sister, who I cannot for the life of me remember the name of.
Arian?
The girl who was much hotter in season 1.
Earien and the A.
Irain? I don't know.
The A has 2 dots over it. I don't know what that.
Yeah. So she goes over to, I forget who else was at the table. Was it Fierazon and his son?
It was Fierazon. Let's see.
And then I think
Kemen and Vlandriel.
I don't remember. I think Kemen was Fierazon's son, if I remember.
Sure, I don't know.
The guy with like the Mo Howard haircut?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't.
And then some other guy. She's like, hey, the queen has like is like reliant on elven magic. And they're like, oh, okay. We can use this.
We could totally use this. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. Justin, yeah. As we've said in our prior coverage of the show, so there's so much seen and so little happens. It's extremely poorly paced.
Yes. Yeah, blah, yeah. Save your brother's life and blah, 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 da, 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 da. So he's, Farazan's like getting all up in there and corrupting everyone, and then he gets shown that Palantir, and it's just like, blah, ha, ha. And we realize that the Queen Regent's like, oh crap, I don't have the Palantir anymore. Like, oh no. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. You know, this thing of evil which I don't remember any Palantirs being on Numenor in the first place, so okay, whatever.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I've
given up. I've given up trying to connect this to Tolkien's world.
No, I do want to listen to. I have the Silmarillion on audiobook, and I'm going to listen to it at some point. Over the next couple of weeks.
I'm currently rereading Return of the King because I need a palate cleanser.
Totally understand.
So yeah, after the show, I'm gonna go out and mow my lawn and listen to Andy Serkis read Return of the King.
Nice. Oh, okay. So now we're with Adar. So after the stupid tavern scene, like, oh my
yes,
God.
The best scene ever.
With Adar, and he has summoned a troll? Question mark, I guess.
Yes.
And he's like, "Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
I need you to go do stuff."
Mm-hmm. And he's like, all right.
I guess. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is this
It's like, oh, all right. He's just summoning trolls. Okay.
Yeah, I guess he's summoning trolls.
Why the troll is fine being out in daytime? I don't know.
They shouldn't be?
No. Trolls turn into stone if they're out in daylight.
Yep. And your favorite scene happens during this portion.
The greatest scene in the history of this series.
Yeah.
So some random orc is talking to Adar, begging not to go back to war.
They're literally created to go to war.
Yeah. And like, we don't have to do battle. We can just settle down here now. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's the orc way.
Oh yes.
And then, like, as he's like, Adar tells him, we still have more work to do in order to secure our borders or something like that. I don't know. They're trying to make Adar Trump, basically.
Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't get that at all.
Make Mordor orc again.
Oh my God. Make it orc.
And then after Adar leaves, the camera just pans over and we see this hideous looking orc turn to this hideous looking orc woman with a hideous orc baby.
Yep.
And he like touches their shoulders and he's like, "I'm sorry, my dear." And she's like looking up at him like, what will happen to us, Sonny? Or what will happen to us, honey? It's like, what is this?
We don't know.
What the hell is this? Orcs don't have families. They just don't.
What?
That's not how. I'm also. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't even think orcs reproduce like mammals do. I think they're like grown in pods, like the Urukai.
I thought they were.
Like, so I don't think there's any female orcs in Tolkien's world.
No, I didn't think they reproduced like humans would.
Yeah. It's so weird.
It's bizarre.
And then we'll get to a scene in episode 4 where, as we were watching it, my wife went, "Oh no, all those orc families."
Oh no. Anyway.
So yeah, it's been memed on, and it should be, because it's laughable.
It is.
When I saw it, I legitimately just went, no. Just no.
Yeah. But guess where we are now? We're with dwarves, but we're unfortunately also with Celebrimbor the Dumb and Sauron the Elf. So that's unfortunate. And
You'll have to remind me. I don't recall this scene at all.
okay.
I remember the scene between Durin and his father later, but I don't recall the dwarves with Celebrimbor.
Yeah, so last episode, Celebrimbor invited the dwarves to come because they were like, "Hey, you have a problem, we can fix it." And of course, the dwarves were like, "Well, we didn't tell anyone we had a problem, so I don't know how you know." Some bullshit,
right?
But let's see. So they made Disa and Durin make the journey to see Celebrimbor. And
wait, I totally forgot about this. So Durin and Disa leave Khazad-dûm, go all the way to Eregion. See, yes. I pronounced it properly. Yes. Eregion. Talked to Celebrimbor, then went all the way back to Khazad-dûm to have the scene with his father before they then go back to Eregion.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so we're clear.
Yes. Yeah. Sauron's like, "Hey, I know you have some problems. And yeah, I'm here to help." And it's like, "Oh, we're just repaying you for helping us with the Mithril bullshit." And of course, Durin's like, "Oh, what kind of aid did y'all give us exactly? What's the..."
Right, and he's like, "I can make you magic rings."
Yes. For each of the most powerful dwarf lords of Middle Earth.
I also just like, again, I can't stress this part enough. The rings were not made specifically for the dwarves.
Yeah, it's all
they were all elven rings.
Yes.
And then when Sauron made the one ring, they felt the corruption, took them off. Sauron gathered them, gave some to dwarves and some to men. But they were not made specifically for the dwarves.
Yeah. Oh, they're just like, "Yeah, we're gonna make you rings of power."
Trademark.
Literally, Celebrimbor says "rings of power," and
I know. Yeah.
I laughed out loud.
Like, you see what we did there? Did you see what we did?
Yeah. And they're like, "Oh, the rings. Well, they healed our great tree, so now they're gonna heal your mountain." And I'm like, I don't think that's the same thing.
No.
Also, it wasn't. The mountain doesn't need to be healed. It's actually just doing what it needs to do. They just need sunlight.
Yeah. Which, something my wife pointed out. How could you possibly grow enough crops underground to feed an entire city? Wouldn't it make more sense to have some crops topside? That way you don't have to worry about this elaborate lighting system. And then once the food's grown, you can just take it into the mountain.
See, it's like I can see why they'd want to keep it underground, even though it makes no real logical sense. Because they want to stay hidden, they want to have all their assets inside. And
I get that.
It's like I understand why they're doing that,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it's stupid.
Yeah. This is what, and because in other works of fiction where dwarves are completely subterranean creatures, they have like alternate sources of food. They're not trying to grow crops like that. Like maybe they'll grow like food in like an underground lake or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or they fish with in that underground lake, or they have other sources of food rather than like traditional farming, because traditional farming requires sunlight, which is something you don't have inside a mountain.
Yes. Big, silly, dumb. Let's see. I never thought of dwarves growing crops. I think that was really strange to me that they grew crops. I did like how they went about trying it to make it make sense, but again, it's like I kind of liked the idea. I just didn't like the execution of it. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Like I liked the idea of it. I just think the execution is bad. So,
well, I mean, when you're reflecting like several mirrors to brighten the entire place, it's just kind of like, well, why don't you just make a sunlight then? Just like chop off the top of the mountain and put in a skylight.
yeah, it's like I understand. Like, okay, you need having holes down there is good because then you have something to breathe, right? So y'all have access for it to breathe. And you have sunlight for your little crops and whatnot. I like the idea. I don't like the execution, and I don't think it makes sense in Tolkien's world. Yeah.
Oh, Ram Bam, you got it. They're experts in hydroponics, of course.
Hydroponics. Okay. All right. Well, at least that makes sense.
And Justin, I have no clue what they have been so vague in what the magical items are capable of doing. Like Galadriel's. Oh, I'm sorry, Galadriel's ring. It warns her sometimes.
It's like, hey.
It basically gives her a spider sense.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of, I don't know. I think a mood ring gives me more information than hers does. So
I also hate the designs of the rings. I really hate them.
They're chunky. I don't like that they're chunky. They're not elegant at all.
No, Galadriel's looks like a ring pop.
It does. I said that last week.
Yeah,
it totally looks like a ring pop.
It does. Oh, we'll get to Bronwyn, Justin. Don't you worry.
Give me a second. We're working our way there. They're trying to be okay. We need more mithril, and you're gonna have to go talk to your dad. Oh, well, I'm not on speaking terms with my dad. It's like, okay, but we need it or do this. He's like, I don't know about that.
I'm still frustrated with the whole complete lack of continuity between this with this the whole like, you know, my father disowned me. I was just speaking in anger. I didn't mean it. Like, you took off his regal necklace and kicked him out.
Oh, you've been pranked, bro. It's just a prank. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Like,
you literally on dwarf tube.
Yeah. Like, all right.
Durin starts getting suspicious of Sauron. To everyone's shock and surprise, nobody saw that coming. It's like, yeah, so why the fuck should I listen to you? Durin, excellent question. Why the fuck should you listen to him?
Yeah.
And,
oh my god! One of your wrenches is now Chris.
Oh, you didn't notice that?
I did not.
Been like that for over an hour.
I just noticed that.
It's great.
I pay attention to the chat, okay?
You definitely pay attention to the chat.
Yes.
Let's see. So yeah, Durin gets suspicious of Sauron, and Sauron starts so dumb. Sauron goes, "Oh, in order for you to trust me, Elrond thinks you're so pretty and smart, and you have the biggest dwarf beard, and you're just like amazing." And of course, Durin's like, "Okay, well, obviously you've never fucking talked to Elrond in your life if that's what he's saying. If that's what you're claiming he's saying to you about me."
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, Doran, I agree. That's oh, you're the wisest of the dwarves. And Durin's definitely like, yeah, no, you fucking have never spoken to Elrond.
Right.
Yeah, and Disa's kind of like, all right, we need to get out because this is sus. Oh, we need to leave. And take whatever time you need. It's like, okay, thank you, show, for giving them a vague amount of time, so I have no idea when things are happening. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I do have to appreciate, though, that Durin and Disa saw through Sauron's bullshit more than anyone else has in this entire show. Like, immediately.
Yeah.
Elrond didn't see it at first. Galadriel didn't see it at first. Celebrimbor's is such an absolute moron.
It's frustrating how stupid Celebrimbor is.
It is. Tisa finally gets Durin to go to a sorry to his dad. It's like, all right, okay. And then the dwarves leave us, and now I have no good things to look forward to for a while. I'm stuck with Celebrimbor being a big stupid in Sauron's presence. And of course, Sauron's doing the stupid thing where he's like, oh, I shouldn't tell you. Oh, I don't really want to tell you. You don't need to know. Oh, I don't need to know. You don't need to know about the High King. Oh, you don't. It's fine. You don't need to know anything. And of course, Celebrimbor's like, what? Yes, I do. I want to know. I promise. Tell me. I'll be listening. It's like the most toxic relationship ever. Just
and we went over it last week, but there is a huge difference between someone being, someone gaining someone's trust and then being betrayed by them, and someone missing the blatantly obvious because they're an idiot. And they are presenting it like the former when it is so clearly the latter. They could not make Celebrimbor dumber.
No. Except he does one smart thing and then immediately stops doing it. Where he's like, Gilgalad doesn't want me to make any more rings. Okay, well, I'm going to stop making rings. I'm like,
I know. Chris, I know, I blocked that out. That Celebrimbor, the Master Smith, didn't know what an alloy was.
He has no idea what an alloy or mixing alloys together might make something stronger or weaker, he's just mashing rocks together, and he was like, it's not working. I don't understand.
It's shocking that the master craftsman didn't understand. Oh, if you mix metals together, they can gain both properties.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
And they can become stronger. What? Oh, who knew this? Celebrimbor was smart, and he was like, oh, I'm going to stop making shit. It's like, oh, good, Celebrimbor, you should probably stop making shit. This guy that you have with you is really sus.
Yeah.
And then Sauron's like, oh, but you're going to lie to him? Celebrimbor's like, yeah, obviously. Because there's, no one here in this entire city who could see this giant forge definitely working that would report back to Gilgalad at all that it's still working, obviously. Stupid. Everyone's a moron. It's just I spent days preparing for this.
And somehow and also somehow they constructed the most powerful forge in existence by simply making it tall. But then the fire is it's all like on the top floor.
Tower is tall, but fire is small. Oh my goodness.
All right. I don't understand how making it really, really tall would make the fires burn hotter, but okay.
You just don't understand.
I don't.
Okay. You don't understand the intelligence behind the show.
I do not identify as a blacksmith. This is true.
My goodness. So rude. Oh, and now guess where we are? We're back with Isildur. Hurrah!
Yay!
We're back with Isildur. We've escaped the stupidity of Celebrimbor, and we're with. Yep, we are chugging along with Isildur.
Mm-hmm. And his horse.
And his horse.
Don't forget the horse. Horse is very important.
Yep. And they found. Oh my goodness! They found a loot cache.
Yes.
A broken down carriage. Oh. And he's like, oh, and there's somebody there. Oh my goodness! But we don't know who they are, and he is rightfully suspicious.
Wait, isn't this where he meets up with the girl?
Yeah, that's the suspicious person who was hiding. That he, surprise! He tackles her to the ground and puts the sword to her throat.
Right. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, because this is describing another identical scene that happens a little later.
Oh,
they come across a broken down carriage.
Oh, that's so funny. Okay, you're totally right. Yeah.
So I was like, wait, which broken down carriage was someone suspicious near it?
Okay, so Isildur, this is woman. This is other woman
who I am calling Collagen.
Bronwyn Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. There we go.
I am referring to her as Collagen.
Okay, that sounds good.
Because I mean, those lips, those are extremely full. I'm like, okay, those are collagen injections.
Oh my goodness. What dark magic is this? But apparently,
But Isildur's like, hey, how you doing? And then she stabs him right in the leg.
Stab. Oh, but I also know medical things, like, you know.
Yeah.
And also, I found this map. I don't know. I'm not trusting someone.
Yeah.
Who was waiting who was waiting for me? It seemed like to jump out and then stab me, and then they have a map to exactly where I'm trying to go. That seems very suspicious. I don't trust you. But he does immediately.
Yeah. Simp.
So then we get some drone shots of like above some trees. And I'm gonna go and say it. I don't believe that's where they are. And are you telling me they've been walking that whole way? Sure.
Next to keep in mind, this is all escaping a land that had just suffered a massive volcanic eruption.
Yeah, it looks like there's no volcano anywhere near this. Weird how that works.
Yeah.
But it's Pelargir, an old Numenorian settlement. Oh my god.
Which I want to make this abundantly clear, because they established it very firmly last season. Numenor had no colonies in Middle Earth.
Yes, they said that multiple times, which is why they kept trying to get him to, hey, stop giving a shit about the West, okay? There's nothing there for you. It's like, okay.
Right.
Oh, there's no colonies. Okay.
But there is. But then they land at an old Numenorian settlement. Like, wait, what?
It's not a colony, it's a settlement. Totally different thing.
How can Numenor have never gone to the West and yet have colonies there? You can't have it both ways, show.
Definitely not. But they arrive there. Oh, there's an old man that's injured, and oh my goodness, we should do something for him.
The second broken down carriage with someone suspicious next to it, and
they're ambushed.
It may very well have been the exact same carriage. It didn't look different at all.
Yeah, it might have been the exact same carriage.
They might have just reused it.
Which, I mean, you know, because they don't have a whole lot of money. It's very smart, you know, for budget reasons.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This show was on a shoestring budget. Only $250 million or something this season.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, they get ambushed, and they're definitely about to die. They steal his horse. And, when they busted out of when like all these people busted out of that one little carriage, it's like, how the hell it was like a clown car. Like there's like 20 of them. Like, where were all of you were in that carriage? I definitely got clown car vibes from that.
It's like a TARDIS. Just really, all of you?
Yes. So yeah, ambush, clown car ambush, and then oh my goodness, it's Elfman. Elfman has come back, and he is here.
Yep.
And he saves them, kind of, because the horse is lost.
Through terrible CGI.
Very bad. It was awful.
Oh, it looked awful.
Yes.
Like when he jumped through the carriage and it was busting apart, doing like almost like a 540, like just twisting around and like landing, and then you can almost see the moment it cut to the footage of the real guy. It's like, oh,
yep,
it was terrible.
Yep. And he's like, "Oh, Elfman, you're here! Yay! I need to go get my horse." And he's like, "Fuck off," and just starts walking away. And
for some reason, they just go with him.
And he's just like, "Oh, okay," and they just end up going with him.
There's also that one line where he like reintroduces himself, like, you know, we're on the fields of battle together, and he's like, an elf's memory never fades. And I went, I forgot you guys met.
Cool Clearly, I am not an elf because I actually don't remember y'all meeting at all. In fact, I don't think either one of you know each other. I don't think your two characters interacted at all.
I have no memory of you guys meeting. I could be wrong, but I mean, if it was like a line or two. But I don't remember. I have literally no memory of them interacting in season 1.
No, I have no memory of that either. Apparently they did. So, then
But now we get to your favorite scene.
My favorite scene. So I did not see this coming. So we're in the village area, and we cut to this like mummified, obviously a corpse.
Yep.
You know, where they're like wrapped in bandages and whatnot, and I'm just like, what the fuck? And then I realized,
oh, who's this?
Like, what the fuck? Who is this, and why do I care? It's Bronwyn. So Bronwyn, apparently off screen just died from her wounds that she was
because
perfectly healed last season.
They made that clear. Like, she survived the injury.
She survived the injury. It was perfectly fine. It's like, oh, but actually she wasn't. Lol.
There were complications. Bye.
Complication, yeah.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that the actress went, I'm out.
The actress apparently decided, I think before the show was even fully done airing, I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember the timing exactly, but the actress bowed out.
Yep.
The same year the show aired. And
which is always a great sign.
Oh, it was a good sign. No, she said it was because she was going to focus more on her activism, which fine, whatever. That whatever, you want to do. I just thought it was funny that
clearly not focus on acting.
She clearly would have had like a multi-season long contract, and she broke it, and she's saying it's for activism. I think it's because this show was so shit that she just left. And the activism thing was just a happy accident that she happened to be like, really into. And she used it as an excuse. I actually think she just said, fuck this shit, and just left.
Because, I mean, there are, especially with like bigger projects, the actors usually don't get the full scripts, so they don't know what they don't get the whole big picture. They just get, their scenes usually. So, and especially with her, she's not interacting with all the other characters. She doesn't know how many other people are working on this series.
Yes.
So like, during promotion, she's, talking with, Nori and Poppy. She has no scenes with them. So like, oh, we're on the same show, I guess. So you have no idea how big, what the overall show is going to be like when you're working on it. So when she's seeing the episodes, she's like, oh, this is terrible.
Like, holy shit, this is bad.
This is what I was signed up for. Oh, God. So, they pulled a Tasha Yar.
She's just gone now. They did try to replace her character with some other actress. Nope.
Nope. So, so they're moving Theo into the healer role now. Just like Worf moved into head of security in Star Trek.
Yep.
Yeah.
Utterly hilarious, in my opinion. Just so funny. Just to see her. I just like the idea of people saying, this is so shit, I'm just leaving. And they just didn't get another actress to help her out. And I find that infinitely funny.
Well, I mean, I think it'd be distracting if they did just recast her. Because unlike, Adar is under a lot of makeup, so you can kind of work around the fact that the original actor left as well.
I know. It just.
I
Say
just
it's noticeable.
I just want to know, like, Amazon, how does a company as big as you not lock people down into like multi-year contracts?
Because I assumed that's what they were doing.
Yeah, especially when you're telling, I mean, you've already okayed 5 seasons of this show, so why wouldn't everyone have a 5-season contract? To guarantee that they'll be there for the entire series.
Yeah, I kind of just assumed that's what was happening.
Yeah. I was also like, I know it's an issue when you have, younger cast members that they're going to grow between seasons, but holy crap, did Theo grow up since we last saw him?
Yeah, Theo is like, I didn't even dawn on me who he was, and then I realized who Theo was because I didn't know him by his character name.
Right.
And I was like, oh.
It's like, wow, you hit a growth spurt.
Oh, that's the same person.
That's a problem when you cast teenagers and you don't have an episode for 2 years. They grow up quite a lot.
Yes.
Because the whole Bronwyn, Theo, whatever his name is, their storyline is so essential, clearly.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's now, instead of it being, oh look, elf man and woman who wears color and boy,
who's clearly not his son, yeah.
Clearly not his son.
Even though, like, it's been we're now what, 12 episodes into this series?
Yeah.
And we've never seen Theo with like his hair pulled back behind his ears so we could tell he has elven ears. It's like, come on. That's the only reason that you gave him that haircut. It's the only reason.
Yeah. It was very, to me, it was very obvious in the first episode we saw them.
Yes.
I think it was like episode 1. I was like, episode 1 of season 1. I was just like, oh.
I was like, oh, you're okay. Theo's the elf and the blue lady's kid. Okay. And he's hiding it.
Yeah. But their scenes together.
I will also say Theo's actually also one of the more believable characters too.
Yeah, he actually expresses emotions and shit. It's weird.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I can at least kind of understand things. I can understand where he's coming from. Not the pulling out some sort of Sauron sword and bleeding to make it, which the old man then just took, apparently, and used it to make Mount Doom. Like, okay.
Yeah. I just find it funny that Theo and his name, Arondir. That's his name.
Arondir, yeah. I think that's yeah.
Arondir and Theo scenes.
I'm sorry. Arondir.
Yes, Arondir. Their scenes
all those
give
R's.
big. Yes. Their scenes give big stepdad and stepson energy.
Yes.
Where it's like, okay,
I don't,
your mom's home now.
I don't think it is stepdad, stepson. I think it's father and son. Yeah.
I know, but that's not the energy those scenes give.
Right.
Those scenes definitely give, all right, well, your mom died, and I still have custody of you. So,
yeah.
And I'm waiting for the "you're not my real dad" scene.
I mean,
which I think
we get that.
Yeah, you're kind of just waiting for that scene. It does happen. It's fantastic. Not in the way that they thought it was fantastic.
Yeah.
But yeah, she eats it. She does.
And I will also point out the stereotype of, oh, the black man's a negligent father. Is okay. We're going there. All right.
Oh my goodness.
Like in how progressive they want to be, they don't realize that they're being very racist.
Don't you love that?
Like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Well.
So yeah, blue clothes die for everyone else in the world now because Bronwyn is no longer hogging at all.
Most excellent. That is the greatest news that has ever happened on this show.
Yes.
Just you're kind of like, all right, so Bronwyn died. Anyway, moving on, and that's exactly how I'm going to treat it because that's how the show treats it. Anyway, moving on.
Oh, almost like the Jimmy Clarkson meme. Like, oh no. Anyway.
Oh no. Anyway, we're back with dwarves. Yay! We're back with the dwarves, and the dwarves apparently. Go ahead.
So this is where Durin talks with his father, right?
Yeah, this is where they actually had the talk. But before that, we learned that the dwarves are starving. Apparently, yes. Because they're so corrupt.
Yeah. And the messenger goes to the king and goes, "Hey, they want to open up the food stores." And they're like, and he goes, he asks, "How much will they last?" And it's the food stores will last 3 months. And he goes, "Okay,
cool. We'll deal with that in 3 months. It's like Social Security. We'll deal with that later. It's fine."
Yeah.
And Durin goes and has a little chit chat with his dad,
and this was a legitimately decent scene.
It was a decent scene, They're like, okay, well, you're an asshole, I'm an asshole.
These two are clearly the best actors in this series, and
100%.
And they've actually given them something to work with.
Yes. Now he lets them know about the need mithril for the rings that are going to help us with our problem at the moment, and but he's like, okay, that's fine, but actually,
which I want to just like the elven rings not restoring their magic dying tree.
Yes.
The dwarven rings did not restore their mountains or anything like that. All it did was make the dwarves. It amplified the dwarves' negative qualities, which is why they dug too greedily and too deep, and then were destroyed by the Balrog. That's how that happened.
Yeah.
It didn't affect the dwarves to the level it did man. Like it didn't turn them into race or anything. It just increased their negative traits.
Yep. God, this show's boring.
It's but the drama the drama between King Durin and Prince Durin was actually interesting. It's like, oh, these guys are they're doing something with this.
That was nice. Well, now that's over because they've he's given the go ahead on the mithril. He's said, okay.
The dwarf scenes are easily the best of the show.
1,000%. And then all of a sudden, just when you were having kind of an almost good scene, you get ripped back to Isildur, Elfman, and boy, and you're like, oh my god, I was almost like having a good time.
It's like, you almost had feelings. Oh, back to these two.
It's like, okay, well, Isildur's getting his wounds treated, and there's a lot of dialogue that is just unbearable.
And then, did your mother teach you how to mend these wounds? Because they're establishing he's now the town healer, apparently. It's a hereditary position, I guess.
Yep. Even though he had literally no interest in it at all, or showed any inclination to it. He had more inclination to be a warrior than he did to be a healer. But that's fine. It doesn't matter.
But you lost a party member, so you need to fill that role somehow.
Yeah.
So I haven't done much with this person. Let me move them into that role then, I guess.
Yep, we needed to develop his character. So developing character has now become, we're just going to reassign. It's like when someone gets fired at work and then everyone kind of takes on a little bit of the projects they had instead of hiring somebody else to fill the position. Right. That's kind of what happened here.
Or when they want to get rid of somebody but have a valid reason to, so they'll like assign like a manager that they want to get rid of because they're closing in on retirement, and they give him like another manager's entire job description.
Yes.
So when he can't do it, they have an excuse to fail and fire him, and he doesn't get his retirement.
Oh yeah, sounds about right. How will the showrunners age these three characters? Because shouldn't Theo age faster than the Numenorians? Okay, Justin, I think you are giving the showrunners too much credit. I don't think they care about how that's going to matter, because the Elfmen should never age. The Numenorians shouldn't age at the moment, or at least not noticeably.
The Numenorians should age exceedingly slower than anyone else. So it should be negligible in the time frame that they're doing.
Theo is going to die before Isildur does.
Way earlier, yes.
Way earlier than that. So,
because Aragorn is descended from the Numenorians, but he's got several generations between him and being a direct line of Isildur. And he was aging extremely slowly. I mean, he was like 80 during Lord of the Rings.
Aragorn lived to be 120.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that's a long time.
It is.
So.
Anyway,
we have the awkward, almost trying to bond scene between Elfman and Boy.
Well, and I also love how Isildur is mentioning how he like, don't worry, you will see your family again when you go back to Numenor. Like right in front of the kid who just lost his mom.
Yeah, he's really bad at being parental.
It's like, dude, really?
Hey, you're gonna go home to a happy family. Oh, but hey, Theo, his mom's also dead, so it's okay.
At least you're not an orphan.
Yeah,
but
he has a father that cares. Okay, so there's at least that, Theo.
It's terrible.
Just accidentally dunking on the poor kids.
Yeah.
So, they do this really awkward water scene where they're delivering water to places, and it is bad. It is all kind of bad. It's just
so dull.
It's so boring, and you tune out, and then you kind of start coming back in a little bit, and then you tune out again, and that's just pretty much how that whole scene goes.
All that really happens is basically Theo tells him, "You're not my dad. Let's not talk."
Yeah, I actually don't want to speak to you ever. And I'm like, that's fine, Theo.
It's like, you know what? I don't want him to talk anymore either. He's boring.
Yes. No, Isildur is kind of he has more of a bond with the kid, which I mean, just that's not that surprising. Because Isildur actually does this weird thing called expresses his emotions, and like kind of gives empathy to the kid. I know, shocking.
Yeah.
And the kid responds pretty well. So,
well, do you want to go find your horse? I know where they are. How?
Yeah. How the fuck do you know? Doesn't matter. Anyway, we're to the scene. It's nighttime, and he's talking to lady.
He is thirsty.
He's very thirsty. So Isildur apparently is a big, lonely, sad man. And
Yeah.
he's like, you are a woman who seems to like being around me. We should be together.
Even though she said she just lost her fiance.
Yeah. He's like, oh, your fiance's dead. Well, that means you're single.
Like, oh, well, let me just position myself so I won't be in the friend zone.
Yeah.
Put out those feelers. Like, have you had time to mourn? Oh, it happened like last week. Oh, I'm real sorry. So you're single?
Yeah.
Like, so you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna be kind of mysterious. I'm just gonna like walk away. She gets a knife.
Well, she just immediately. Well, hold on, because he also talks about his dead mom to this woman that he met like 5 hours ago.
Oh yeah, he always does that, and I just kind of started tuning him out. Where like if you stand around Isildur long enough, he'll just start talking about his dead mom. They proved that in season 1, and here again. It's just like eventually he'll start talking about his dead mom. It's like, okay.
Like, my mother died saving me from a riptide. And that stunted, halting delivery. They think it's so dramatic. And it's tedious. It's like, just get to the point. Like, if you're gonna have the actors speak very hauntingly like that, they've got to also kind of be emotional, because that's when people actually talk like that. When they are like so overcome with emotion, it affects their ability to speak.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah. And also, nothing gets a girl going more than talking about your dead mom. It's a good plan.
Absolutely. Like that is how you get the ladies.
That is how it is done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ladies, and apparently it's working, according to the Lord of the Rings official account. So
because they're shipping.
Yeah. Anyway, so how he ends up leaving, and she's sitting by the fire, and she's heating up a blade.
Yep.
Casually heating it up. This would take a long time to heat up properly,
Mm-hmm.
And oh my gosh, she has the mark of Mordor.
Which we knew they were.
She's trying to burn it. You're like, oh, okay. Hey, people are going to find that a little suspicious, and you better hope that you covered all of it. You can't see what you're doing, so I kind of hope you're covering all of it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, now it's like, oh, yeah, okay. So now Theo and Isildur are trying to get the horse back. You're like, yeah, go get horse. Horse is a good character. We like horse. I don't know how the fuck Theo knew where they were. They never,
no clue.
They never explain it.
It's like, well, the horse saved me, so I have to go save horse.
Yes.
So it's like, oh, okay. Didn't realize this was a blood debt type of thing, but okay.
Yep. And you're like, okay, so they end up rescuing the horse. It is boring. You would think a valiant rescuing scene would be like exciting, right?
But no, he just like goes over, starts to unhook it. They hear some of the rustling. They start to investigate, and then Theo shows up like, hey, can I join your fire? And they're like, hey, who are you? And they're like, and he's like, I'm one of you. And then I'll show you a brand that does not match your brand. and I just thought that would work.
I don't use a brand. Oh, you have to have a specific one to join the club.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, what I did? I thought a brand was just a brand in general. Oh, okay.
Interesting. Well, Theo gets
My
captured
bad.
because he's a moron. Theo very obviously gets captured, though.
And apparently, Isildur just took the horse and just assumed Theo would be fine.
Yeah, good job, buddy. You're a grown man, and a child led you to this area, and you just were like, the child will be fine. I don't actually need to look after it like I'm an adult or anything.
He's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's fine. Just say, don't worry about it. It's fine.
But they kept saying that, you Southlanders, you've been attacking our settlements, and it's actually a setup because it wasn't them. They just get captured by something, and then it's like, it's the Ents. It's clearly the Ents.
I heard a tree walking, and I just assumed
like whenever I heard, someone getting hit or captured, you hear like creaking of wood. So it's like it's the Ents. It's clearly the Ents. Who you fooling?
Yes. No, very, very secret. Very it's just so stealthy, Josh. It's the peak amount of stealth. It's so stealthy.
Yes.
You have no idea they're being so secretive. It's fine.
Yay.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Let's see. We get back to the scene of let's see. It's a stupid coronation scene. So she's wearing white.
Ah, okay.
And she's about to be crowned queen.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow she's knowing where to walk.
Yes.
And somehow she's knowing when to stop.
Yes.
And it's very annoying. No one's helping her. She's just doing it all on her own.
Mm-hmm.
But it's fine.
Yeah, and then like right before she reaches the scepter, someone screams out like traitor or something like that. And they're like, "Hey, you can't speak during this ceremony." And she's like, "No, I want to hear the cries of my people." It's like, wait, if you knew this might be a contentious thing, why is it open to the public then? What is this?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Because the way some of the people are dressed, some of those people are not nobles, they're just regular people. Like, well, what the hell are you guys doing here? Why would you be attending, why would you guys be attending the coronation?
No, she shouldn't. But yes, the queen's like, blah, 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 I care about the people, blah, 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 blah. La, 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 who do you cry out for, your kingdom, or for yourself? And everyone's like, oh my god. Sassy. Oh my god.
And then an eagle.
No, and then Elendir, I think that's his name, Elendil, whatever his name is. Elendil's daughter, who we don't care about, comes out with the Palantir and is like, hey, this bitch's been hiding some shit, when in reality it was her dad. Because it was in her dad's bedroom. But, we're assuming she knew about it.
Yeah.
And now it's a sussy Palantir. Also the king spoke, and um, and the king and her have been looking at the Palantir, and it's like, oh my goodness! And I'm like, do y'all actually know what that is?
It's elf magic. That's all they care about.
It's like, oh my gosh, she's an elf friendo, and everyone just kind of loses it a little bit.
And then, well, hold on, because then Fierazon goes, well, the true ruler wouldn't be reliant on elven magic. Take it and destroy it. And then she has it stopped. And that's when everyone knows, oh, she has been using the Palantir, which are evil. So it does prove she's not fit to rule.
I mean, she actually really isn't fit to rule. So I do agree with her.
She's truly not. Yeah.
So.
And that's when the crowd kind of goes, rawr. And they're like, and she's like, no. And then an eagle shows up.
And then an eagle shows up.
A horribly, horribly rendered eagle.
Yes.
It seriously would have looked better if they just took footage of an actual eagle, you know, like a trained eagle, and then just superimposed it. They would have looked much better than what they did. Because that CGI eagle was terrible.
It was.
And the eagle just like landed on the balcony, and people just went, it's chosen Fierazon.
Yes, it's obviously chosen this other guy, and I'm like, but wouldn't it mean that it was? Wouldn't it signify? What? It's just here to watch. It's not like I don't even know why we're assuming its intent. It's just here to watch.
It's like, wait, so is that all you need to be crowned king of Numenor? You just need to be the one closest to the eagle when it lands?
Apparently.
Also, the eagles in this world can talk. Why can't they just ask it? Who are you choosing?
But yeah, they start the Fierazon, 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 Fierazon.
And I just kept thinking, this would be a really badass image if the eagle looked better.
It would.
It's, oh, this... I don't get it. But the fact that this whole like prophecy with the eagle choosing the crown was like brought up just in the last Numenorian scene.
Yes.
It's so clunky.
It is much clunk.
Yeah.
It bothers me how much clunk it is. But that's it. Oh, and no, it's not. Fuck.
No.
Oh my god, we have one more scene.
I know. I honestly thought that's where it ended too, but no, it doesn't.
Stupid. We're back with Celebrimbor. They won't let me leave. Celebrimbor is quote unquote smithing. And the doors have returned. Isn't that great? They have. God help me. I have no idea how far anywhere is.
It's like they're just there again. Like, oh, okay.
Yep. By the way, the king and the prince's wife are all there.
Yeah.
So I guess the children are not are just by themselves, and there's no one there to rule. So honestly, a mutiny could happen. By the time the doors
and mutinies never happen when there's a food shortage.
Yeah, when people are starving and they, you know, they're experiencing a bit of a natural disaster, people don't like riot or turn to somebody else.
Yeah, that never happens.
Yeah. And you know, for some reason, Sauron's like, hey, can I have the mithril? Celebrimbor's like,
okie dokie.
Okie dokie, and just hands in the mithril. He obviously fucks with the mithril, and then there we go.
I mean, the only thing missing was like, he's like, can I see that? He hands it to him and just brings it up to his mouth and like says a spell over it. Like, that was the only thing missing practically. And then he just kind of like, there we go. It's in there now.
Yep. Now, I do have to say, we're about to start episode 4, and I need to go to the bathroom. So give me a moment, please.
I also need to go get some fresh water because I'm out.
Okay, guys, we're gonna be back in like 5 minutes. So give us a moment.
Yep, bathroom break. All right, I'm back. Oh. Yes, head out to the concession stand for some snacks. That's right, because I may have also done that. I may have picked up a little bit of a snack because I'm getting hungry. So yeah, this show is just the epitome of hurry up and wait, because so much happens and nothing happens. It's kind of amazing just how boring a show set in the realm of Middle Earth can be made. Okay. I just watched episode 4 before I came on here. What the hell happened in it? Let's see. Come on.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry about that. My mom decided to call.
How dare your parents reach out for companionship?
I know. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Let's see. Okay, what the hell? We were doing. Jeez, what do you mean, jeez? How dare you? Oh, you're talking Chris. There, right? We're about to start episode 4. Hey, these things are dense, man. But luckily, almost nothing happens in episode 4. So I'm actually expecting this to take maybe 30 to 45 minutes. I'm not even kidding. There's so little that happens in episode 4.
Episode 4 in particular is it's kind of like the epitome of the entire series of hurry up and wait.
Yes. So I'm looking, starting off. Oh, okay. So we're with. I don't know where the fuck we are.
Mary? No, I completely endorse this. Scrubbing floors is more fun than Rings of Power.
Oh, I have to do other things while I'm watching this show just to be entertained. Just so I can get a correct amount of dopamine in my brain so that I can continue to do other things.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're with Aragon. Aragon? That's wrong. Elrond. That was a wrong character.
Hashtag fake fan.
Fake fan. I know. So we're with. I guess it's an elf encampment. I thought there was only supposed to be 5 of them. I don't know why we have a whole army all of a sudden. I'm kind of hoping this is the boatman place. They didn't.
It
tell me
should
where
be
we were.
Linden.
Okay, that's where I thought. I thought it was the boatman's place.
Yeah, it should be Linden.
Okay, I hope so because there's an awful lot more than 5 people here. So Gladriel is struggling with not being in charge. Poor thing.
Mm-hmm. Even though she's proven time and time again, she should not be in charge of anything.
Yep, she does horrible things when she's in charge. Also, her hair is noticeably fake, and it bothers me. It's not the same color blonde.
The wigs in this season have been terrible.
It's weird. It's like they had a budget cut, but we know they didn't. So,
because I mean, I don't remember. I never noticed their wigs in season 1. The fact that I am noticing several people's wigs this season shows they've been downgraded. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Because Nori's wig is also terrible this year. The Sauron's wig is awful.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But apparently they've gone to Linden. I didn't even realize this when I was watching it initially. So apparently they went to Linden, and they were supposed to leave. So they were supposed to have 5 people, including them. He said, you will have 5 of our bravest elves. And they already gone to Linden. And they're still looking for the other 3, which means Gil-galad did not give them 3 people.
Well, okay. So they flat out. So they get ordered. All right, take a company of 5 elves to go deliver this message to Celebrimbor that Sauron's on the loose, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I want this. I want to point this out because this comes up later. So Elrond asks Galadriel, got to say it properly.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Okay. Can you recommend an archer and 2 swordsmen? Okay, so that'll give them their party of 5, right?
Yep.
Okay. I want to point that out.
Yep.
2 swordsmen and an archer.
Correct.
They're looking for 3 people.
Yep, because
Okay,
we have.
Let's move on.
I don't know what Elrond is as far as like what kind of warrior he is. Even though I'm pretty sure he's a swordsman. We know Gladriel's a swordswoman.
Right.
She's a woman. So we will require 1 archer. I would have done more than 5 people, but that's fine. Yeah,
it's like, oh my goodness. Our messages haven't gotten through to Cal Brimbor, and this is vital information. We must make sure he knows. Instead of sending like a platoon,
yes,
5 people, I'll do it.
5 people, it's fine. 5 people, including you 2, apparently. So Elrond is having. I think he's actually enjoying being in charge of Galadriel, and I can't blame him because she is so insufferable that it would be fun to be in charge of her,
Mm-hmm.
But then I also have to remember that I'm responsible for any stupidity that she does, so I kind of almost don't want to be in charge of her. Any dumb thing she does, because she gets tired of me being in command, is my responsibility. Right. That is not a good time.
Later, Mary.
Mary.
No, say it properly. Like, Mary's game room.
Mary. But yeah, they're like, I have no idea who the fuck we're taking with us. Anyway, and so that's the end of that scene. We're now above a tree line, and there's like hills and stuff, and water, and we're traveling on top of hills. We're doing the sweeping scene where we're swirling around, like whenever we were following Aragorn and Gimli and Legolas, and we're doing that thing again.
They're not just traveling by map; they're trying to actually have some epic shots.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, we're following, and okay, we were in London because I finally got a map that told me that it was London. Excellent, good. Now we're traveling, and we're on a bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we don't have any horses.
Yeah, they had horses in the far distant epic shots, and then suddenly they don't. I caught that.
Oh, look, the bridge is out. Surely we should have seen this with our elven eyes. A good, very far away, we should have seen this coming. Instead, they walk right up to the edge, and I'm just like, y'all, are y'all faking your elven eyes? I feel like you're faking your elven eyes. It's like, oh, did lightning do this? And I'm just like, who threw them off the cliff? Lightning did not destroy this stone bridge. Get out of here.
And see, but then it's followed up by something also dumb. Like, suggesting it was lightning, but Elrond suggesting lightning? That was stupid. But then Galadriel also then says, no forces of nature could do this. Like, what?
An earthquake could have done this. I don't know.
When I was watching this with my wife, she literally went, it's a stone bridge. They collapse all the time.
Yes.
I mean, and also, we're in Pittsburgh. We're the city of bridges. That's one of our nicknames. You know how many times a bridge is closed because they have to do reconstruction on it because they get weakened and, they need to be maintained. Otherwise, they will collapse.
Yeah.
We had a bridge collapse when and they had to reroute where President Biden was going to go through because that bridge literally fell. It collapsed.
Rip.
It's like you might want to make sure the bridge that the president's going to be on is safe.
Yeah.
You need to. Bridges need to be maintained.
No. This was Sauron, obviously. And then we cut behind them. And we see there are now 4 elves. And I'm like, okay, so we needed 3.
You have you can dispatch 5, and we have 6.
And I'm like, okay. And we have
And
a
the elves look like a
ginger.
J.C. Penney ad.
It's a fucking J.C. Penney ad. It is like you have the black elf, you have the Asian elf, you have the racially ambiguous elf, and then you have the ginger slash blondie, and you're like, okay. So we have swordsman, I guess, and then archer.
Well, and when Becky saw the the company, she went, "Oh my god, the black elf looks like Tuvok."
It totally does. It totally does.
Like, yeah, he does.
This will add 2 weeks to our journey. So why did we not see this? We are 6 elves and we didn't see this.
Elves who have incredibly keen eyesight. They can see for miles.
You're telling me the archer can't fucking tie a rope, some elven rope, and hit a tree or something across the way, and they can't cross that way?
Mm-hmm.
Are you telling me that something that I have seen done in so many fantasy things, y'all are stupid. I hope you all die. I can't believe they've made me hate elves. Elves are one of my favorites. They're just fun as far as like in D&D and just playing in fantasy games, and yeah, they're fun because it's like, oh, humanoid but much better. It's like, okay, so you still got your human shit, but you potentially have magic, and you have all these extra. Also, it's just fun, so you don't have to like go too hard into a different species, but you could also
because they are fantasy, you can do a lot of different things with them, because some fantasy lore, the elves are much different than the Tolkien lore, and that's fine because they're fantasy. They don't exist, so you can just so elves can be whatever that world needs them to be.
Yes. Also, slight issue here. So I've noticed that Galadriel, our swordswoman, is now an archer.
Mm-hmm.
When did that happen? Because she had her. So I mean, it's like, oh, you took away my brother's dagger, and now I've become an archer. Like, that is literally not how classes work. Okay. Go get you another. I'm sure there's more first age fucking elven swords and daggers laying around here somewhere, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We literally have elves from the first age still alive here. I'm sure,
including you.
You dumbass. Surely there is some. Y'all have to have first age elven shit. You're telling me that there was nothing.
And this isn't like in Game of Thrones, where Valyrian steel is now extremely rare because they've lost that ability to make more. Valyria is gone.
And those people are dead. They're gone. Yes. They're dead. Their techniques are gone. You are literally from the first age.
Yes.
Most of the people in your company are from the first age. You're going to tell me that there is nothing, like, you couldn't find another sword? Why are you an archer? Like, on no planet in Diablo 2 am I, my barbarian doesn't have an axe or a hammer. Oh, well, you know what? He's just an archer now. It's fine. I'm sure that'll work out well for him.
Mm-hmm.
That definitely fits in his class and skills set. That's fine. The stupid ring, this show cannot decide whether this ring is evil or not. It wants both. It wants so bad for it to be both evil and not.
Yeah, because it needs to be not evil to fit in with the lore. But the way they have presented everything, there's no reason why Sauron wouldn't have control over it, because he knew about their creation.
Yeah. ugh. And she's listening to the ring, and she knows Elrond doesn't
No.
believe
Hold on. No.
What?
She's listening to her ring pop.
Okay, sorry. She's listening to her ring pop,
There we
and
go.
it keeps telling her some absolute fucking nonsense. And she's like, "Hey, I think we need to do this other thing." And Elrond's like, "Fuck no!" And he's like, "But Celebrimbor, I protest." And he's like, "That's fine. We're going this way."
Well,
and I have
she's
to say,
like, I think he Sauron has placed a trap in the other path. We should head north. And Elrond just brings up a really good point. Like, he probably trapped both sides. Why wouldn't he?
why would he assume if there are two paths, why would he not put traps on both?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, Elrond, why wouldn't he? He would, definitely. 1,000%.
Makes total sense.
Because he wouldn't want to risk not trapping you. In fact, the only smart thing to do in this situation is to tie some elven rope to some of the fucking the elven arrows, which are really good quality, even though they look like shit. And cross via like rope over the cavern. And we can have some fucking character moments to get to know the elven members of this party, because depending on like how they do it, what their feeling is, kind of how they go about it, they can, there's different ways to cross with the rope. You can walk on top of it because elves have that level of ability where they could walk on top of it. They could slide, they could do it just by hand.
They could do two ropes, shoot one arrow into the side of the mountain with the rope hanging down from it, and you place a rope at the top of the bridge and climb down, and then walk across the ravine, climb back up.
Yeah,
you do that too.
Several different ways to do that, and depending, you can get to know a character by what they suggest and whatnot. And Elrond kind of shows that not only is he a leader, but he listens to his people, and just. These 4 other elves are very clearly red shirts.
There's 6 of 5, yes.
Dude, they're so... Like, I don't know their names. I don't know who they are. I don't know anything about them, okay? I know squat. Hell, I barely know anything about these 2 main characters. Other than Elrond seems to actually have a brain this season. And Galadriel is just... She's not as unbearable as last season.
She still makes everything about her, though.
But she's so narcissistic. It is annoying.
I mean, because so the ring is telling her the path that Elrond's suggesting is a trap. So she's like, "We need to go the other way." And he's like, "Speed's of the essence," and he probably trapped both of them. So we're gonna take the quicker route. Part of your responsibilities when you are the second in command, offer up suggestions, but then when the commander makes the decision, you follow it. You do not question it in front of the men.
Yeah. And he does it. He pulls her aside and it's just like, "Hey, if this is going to be an issue, if you're not going to be able to take orders from me, you need to go fuck off." And I'm like, "Thank you, Elrond. You have become the only elf I like right now. You're the only elf I like."
Yeah.
You've become pessimistic, and your hair is getting more and more ridiculous with each passing episode. But like, honestly, who gave him a curling iron? Someone gave Elrond a curling iron. All of a sudden, his hair went from being super straight and kind of almost looking like he's a reject from One Direction, to now he has like this ridiculous, voluminous, glorious hair that is curly and like insanely pretty. And I'm just like, what? Okay, Elrond, what?
It's like his hair is trying. It's like his hair is trying to out British Matt Smith's.
I know, right? It's like, I understand Galadriel having a new hairdo because she's trying to keep her hair out of her face. And honestly, the hairdo that she's wearing right now, not bad. I think I would have pinned back her bangs a little bit, just me. That's what I probably would have done too. But the hell, hairdo's fine for going into battle as a woman with long hair. That's fine. I have no real issue with it other than the bangs. They also need, but I don't know. I guess Elrond also went to the salon.
Mm-hmm.
So, and hey, Snortopoopas.
Snortopoopas skewer.
No, I can't keep doing that. My throat's gonna hate me. So, and unfortunately, once we have that scene over, we have based Elrond. We now are stuck with Gandalf, and we have one of the yeah. So Gandalf is walking around, sees a goat, and it's kind of like, holy shit, it's a goat. He starts following the goat.
Oh my god, Gandalf's the goat.
I know. He starts following the goat. You're like, oh my goodness, goat. And he rounds the corner. And he just keeps on walking. He's looking for the stupid halflings. I really hoped he killed. And
me too.
I was so excited. I hope they were dead. And he keeps on walking. Oh, there's a pin for goats. That's weird. I'm definitely on somebody's property at this point because that's not natural. And then we see the goat farmer. And the goat farmer is very obviously Tom Bombadil.
No, he's not. He's Thom Bombadil.
Yeah, well, I will say this. I absolutely hated Tom Bombadil in Fellowship when I read that. I thought he was absolutely annoying. I did not like him. I think his whole section of the story screeches the story to an absolute standstill. I'm perfectly happy with Peter Jackson having cut him out. I think it made the story better. I understand why he's there.
Yes. Yeah.
I understand, but I don't like him.
He's basically like a leftover from the Song of Creation. Like he predates everything. I mean, he was there with the Ents, like at the very, very beginning.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay, that's fine. And he's like this. He's essentially like the spirit of nature.
An annoying spirit of nature.
So having him be concerned about things is literally not in his character.
He's not concerned because nature always moves on.
Yes. Yeah, like, I mean, because he could put on the ring and it had zero effect on him. Because what Tolkien was illustrating was that whether good or evil, nature lives on regardless.
I know. It's annoying though.
It's like
the character's annoying. Okay. I understand what he stood for. I understand he just wouldn't shut up and stop singing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Andy Serkis has a great voice, but my God, you get tired after this song. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it just. And I was definitely making fun of his voice. I was making breakfast while I was watching this, and I was like,
I was more flabbergasted in how they could not have messed up his character anymore. Like, this is totally not the same character from the book.
Cool, you could say that about anybody, honestly.
Well, I mean, that's true. But to have such a carefree, happy-go-lucky spirit to this, it's like, wow, you really didn't get him at all. And I want to make it clear, I completely endorse Peter Jackson cutting Tom Bombadil from the movies, because his scene in the book provides some interesting insight into the world, but it's not needed for the story. So cutting him entirely, I'm fine with.
Yeah.
But I was just, he's not singing any of his lines. He's just kind of like humming a song to himself now and then, but he's not like outright singing his lines. Okay.
Nope.
This isn't Tom Bombadil.
No, because he couldn't stop singing. It's just like, yeah, we have Tom Bombadil, and he is not helpful at all to anybody. And he's like, oh hey, I'm looking for these stars. Can you help me find them? And then the paper floats out of his hands. He's like, oh my goodness, I can't. I need to go get that paper. So Gandalf
flies right to a tree.
Right to a tree, and then he sees tree, and he's like, oh, look at this branch. I like branch. I'm gonna rip this branch off this tree.
A really thick branch too. It's not like,
yeah,
like you're not just snapping that off.
Yeah, well, guess what? Joke's on you. That tree was an ant. You just tried to rip one of its limbs off. So it was not appreciative of that.
Well, no, it wasn't an ant. It was an enchanted tree.
Oh, I'm sorry. The tree that's alive, not an ant.
Because they completely ripped off the sequence that happens to the hobbits in Fellowship, where the tree just swallows them.
Yeah. I thought that was like supposed to be a younger ant that hasn't grown up yet. Did I misunderstand that in Lord of the Rings?
I don't think that's the case. I think it's just an enchanted tree.
Oh, because I thought Treebeard was like, oh, these younger ones, they're sassy, they're full of like anger, and so they're like less forgiving. It seemed like I thought that's maybe I misunderstood it. That's because I thought that was it.
I could be wrong.
No, you're fine. It's a tree that moves on its own. It's fine.
But yeah, it's flat out that scene from Fellowship where the hobbits get eaten by the tree and then Tom Bombadil saves them.
Yep.
Like it's flat out that scene.
Yes. But unfortunately, Gandalf gets swallowed up in the tree. It's like, oh no! And then we cut away, and I'm like, oh, I guess he's okay now. Wait, no, never mind. That's a Harfoot. Damn it, they're alive.
Yeah.
And they're in the desert. I'm like, God help me.
And Nori lost her pimento olives.
Oh no.
What will they eat?
Who knows? And then they jump off a cliff to get away and don't die or twist an ankle or anything. And stumble upon another Harfoot question mark?
A steward.
Sorry, the steward, my bad.
Which there were essentially like 3 branches of hobbits. Fallowhides. Yeah, Harfoots, Stewards, and Fallowhides. But they're all hobbits. It's like kind of like how Korean, Chinese, and Japanese are all Asian.
Oh my goodness.
It's like that.
Wow.
It's like there's slight differences, but they're all the same, right?
Yes.
So them not knowing what Harfoots or stores were, it's just like, okay, sure. And none of them were in Rune. I want to make that also clear. They all came from the north.
What? Are you telling me they got something wrong?
Yes.
They would never.
So they find this this dude who man, you people talk about like what the hell they did to Kelly Marie Tran, for Rostico, and like just like why did you do that to her? Like, right?
Oh god, did they Rostico him?
I mean, he's like what they didn't do him any favors.
They somehow managed to amplify any like
all of his worst features, yeah.
All his worst features are amplified to level 20. It is just like and he's like, oh hey, what's up? Just confused. Both of them are confused. They try to have a moment with Poppy and this guy, and they were just kind of like, what the fuck?
And which was kind of my reaction too. I was like, oh, who the hell cares?
Yes.
Because I'm so invested in Nori's love life. Or I'm sorry, Poppy's love life.
Be better. Well, yeah, he's like, oh hey, I can bring you, but you can't really come, but you kind of can, but you got to follow these rules, and then gives them some rules. Doesn't give them all the rules, gives them some.
Because he forgot one, because comedy.
He gets there, he's like, oh my goodness. Don't look at her in the face. It's like, great. And they definitely both broke that rule.
Instantly, yeah.
Instantly. So they get to their little village, and oh my goodness, these these stewards are living in holes in the sand and rock.
Except they're caves, they're not holes.
Except they're caves, and they said holes, but they're caves.
Also, traditionally, people who live in very arid desert environments, they tend to be nomadic because it's hard to grow anything, and that little bit of dirt and like rock, very green somehow.
Yeah, you gotta love that the desert people aren't nomads, and the people that live in a lush forest are.
Yes.
Because, no, that's not what would happen. Okay.
Yeah.
They don't have electricity, anything like that, So it doesn't make sense for them to stay in one place. It just doesn't.
Yeah. And the stewards are also, like the Harfoots, very multicultural.
Bizarrely multicultural.
Which I want to I do want to point something out.
What?
Both Frodo and Gollum descended from the stewards.
I'm noticing they had a slight lack of pigmentation, if that was the case.
Well, don't worry. So here is where I have Chris's masterpiece that he sent me a while ago. He fixed it.
Oh, yeah, that works. We're fine with that.
Yeah.
Although you could have given him that haircut that the chick in the Acolyte has.
He could have gone with Mac's face too.
Could have. I will also say this. When I think of sand, I think of it. It's coarse and it gets everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's
as we know,
kind of hard to keep yourself clean while you're in the sand. I'm going to say these hobbits way cleaner than the forest people. These people actually look
Somehow.
like they took baths. They look like they took a bath. They take regular baths, and like I could eat a meal with them without them like getting shit everywhere. Right?
Yeah.
No, like they know table manners and keep themselves clean. Whereas the Harfoots, I kind of feel like I'd have to clean my entire kitchen if we ate there. You know. There's no way these people have taken baths. So I don't know how I just feel like it would be flipped.
Yeah. And again, as you mentioned, the people that are out in the desert aren't nomadic, yet the people in the green lush forest are. That makes total sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, they talked to the leader. And he's just like, okay, what the fuck are you doing here? And he's like, well, we're looking for our friend. Our friendo, he's a giant. And they're just like, oh my goodness, a giant. I said, yeah, he's a wizard. And the lady's like, well,
hold on, because there's a line here that irked me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just.
No, I appreciate you wanting to try to get through this.
Oh no, I was just summarizing what the scene was, and I was cutting out all the bullshit that doesn't matter.
Right. But no,
but if there is a particular line, go forth.
So they mention our friend. He's a giant, and I think unfortunate faced man says, "What, like an elf?" And they're like, "No, bigger." And someone goes, "Oh, a grand elf." And I was like, "Oh, is that how they're going to give Gandalf his name?"
Oh my god, I didn't even put that together. Gandalf, grand elf. Oh my god, it's totally.
Is that what they're going to do?
Oh god, you're right, and they would do something that stupid.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus. Okay, you're right. Ugh.
So yeah, that line irked me.
As it should.
Yeah, so they're like, "Oh, he's a wizard," and the people go, "There's only one wizard who's totally not Saruman. Capture them."
Arrest them. They said wizard. Which, I mean, they should be arrested. That's fine. Why should they be arrested? Oh, just so I don't have to deal with their story anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Because nothing they say or do will let me forget how horrible their people were in season 1.
Yeah. Nobody goes off trip. Nobody dies alone. It's fine.
Which we get a moment where I was just laughing about that later.
Yes. Alright.
Alright, so they get arrested.
They get arrested because they know Wizard Man. Oh, we're back with Saruman. That's great. And we have the Death Eater. It's like, hey, we're dumb. We're gonna go kill.
Yeah,
we're gonna go kill
he's
him.
with the Istari is with the hermit now. Oh, okay.
Will not evade us for long. And I'm like, that's what you said last time. And then you got 2 of your men killed.
Who would have thought attacking someone who we know has magical abilities would be dangerous?
Yeah, and then not Saruman is like, oh hey, so we want you to deal with the Harfoots, since you seem to be incapable
for some reason.
Yeah, we're gonna let you deal with the Harfoots because you're being demoted. And
why does he care? That's the like. Why does he give a shit about the Harfoots?
Oh, I don't know. He's being petty. I like the idea of him just being racist. He's just racist against the Harfoots, and that's why he hates the Hobbits. Like,
I mean, that's fair. I hate them too.
I do. I actually genuinely do hate the Harfoots, except I'm not racist. I have actual problems with them, okay?
Yes.
It is heavily implied that they kill and eat each other and just let people die and then laugh about it in a ceremony. It's just, they're horrible. They're horrible people, okay? Yeah. Well, Tom decides he wants to, how do I put this? Tom basically forces the tree to spit out Jim Tom.
Yeah.
What is it? Old Man Ironwood is the name of the character. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Like, oh, back in with me, Wendell. Oh my god. The folks used to call me Bombadil. I'm like, oh my god. Tom Bombadil, that's my name. And now he's taking a bath. Gandalf is taking his first bath ever since he crashed onto Middle Earth, because there's no way the Harfoots take baths. So I'm proud. Gandalf is Gandalf is actually unironically doing better without the Harfoots. Kind of wondering why Tom Bombadil has a small little fucking bathtub.
Yeah, the scale's all wrong. Tom Bombadil he's barely bigger than the Hobbits. So so Gandalf should tower over him.
Yeah, but it looks like he is about almost similar size, so that's why I'm asking, so why is the bathtub so tiny?
I don't know. And they hint at Goldberry, but then they're not but then they don't show her at all. Like, why?
Yeah, I was waiting for her. You can hear her. They have someone in the Amazon X-ray thing where you're on the Amazon app, and if you click, you can see who's whatever. It literally says
who voiced her,
Goldberry voice. They have someone voicing her right now.
Yeah, you do hear her. It's like, why bother hiding her?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Oh, either.
And then,
I thought I heard a woman singing. Woman? What woman? I'm just like, what the fuck? I know.
Stop gaslighting me.
It's like, oh, is there no one else here? And he's just like, you're here. I'm just like, shut up, Tom.
Yeah. So then after he gets his bath, he goes in and Tom Bombadil is like lighting candles, and it like lights the entire thing off of just one candle. Like, oh, okay. That really wouldn't fall under Tom's nature abilities, but okay.
It's fire. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
And then he's like, oh, Master Roshi, please train me.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I need to know the stoof, and you have stoof to be known.
And he's like, you're not the first person that has come through here that knows that has these magical powers. Why does Tom care about any of this?
Tom should be, as much as I hate him, he should be singing and making dinner and eating yummy food and singing while he's doing it, and then doing everything with happy, just everything's happy. And he doesn't actually give a shit He's willing to listen to you and your problems,
Yes.
but he doesn't really give a fuck. He doesn't. He just doesn't care.
He doesn't care about what's going on in the greater scheme of things. He just cares about what he's doing.
Yeah.
And he cares about nature.
Yeah.
But oh, this wizard needs to be trained. Why does he care about that? He wouldn't.
Yeah. No, he wouldn't.
And again, he just as far as Tom Bombadil's singing, all he does is just a little humming to himself now and then. It's like that. It's kind of the inaccuracy of his portrayal is like the Jared Leto Joker.
Oh my god, accurate.
It's like he never laughs. That's not the Joker.
Yeah.
To me, I'm not surprised because he would be a difficult character to adapt onto the screen, which is why Peter Jackson didn't adapt him. He cut him.
Yeah. He's like, oh, there was the Dark Wizard. Ooh. He sought me out.
And he goes, well, what am I supposed to do? He's like, well, am I supposed to face the fire or face this wizard or face Sauron? It's like, and like, your destiny's both. It's like, okay, you're just flat out confirming, yes, this is Gandalf.
Yeah, and also at the exact same time, your destiny is neither.
Yeah.
He's not supposed to interfere. He dabbles. Right? For the most part, he kind of dabbles in it,
That's what the wizards were supposed to do. Just kind of help the peoples of Middle-earth fix things up after the whole Sauron nearly destroying everything. They were just kind of help clean up, but they're also kind of supposed to, but they're not supposed to get involved with the politics of the world.
Yeah.
Someone seeks him out for counsel, that's fine, but outright interfering, which is why Saruman taking over Isengard, bad move. The Blue Wizards taking over realms in Rhûn, bad move. Gandalf and Radagast were basically the only ones that followed their original edict.
Yes. Also, I have names for the elves. That's the next scene. I finally got names for the elves. I finally got them. I'm excited about that.
Ralph Malph, Tuvok, Lucy Liu, and I don't know who to name the other guy.
So, Tom Bombadil is absolutely. They could not have messed him up more as a character.
It's like
they basically took.
How did you take a character that I personally don't really care that much for and make me angry at how badly you messed him up? That's impressive.
I wasn't mad. I was just kind of like, wow. You actually had the chance to do something that the movies didn't get around to doing, and you could have done it really well. You totally blew it. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Ugh. It just... So we're back. And also, I'm going to go and say it. I'm getting tired of cutting back and forth between stories that don't seem to have any sort of they're not really tangling together. So now we have another one with Gandalf, Poppy, and Nori was one storyline. Now we have two separate ones. Okay.
Yeah.
We have what's happening with Elrond and Galadriel. We have what's happening with the Doors. We have what's happening with Celebrimbor. Which has what's happening with Sauron. Which, I mean, I guess is now connected to Celebrimbor. We have what's happening with Adar. We have what's happening with Isildur.
We have what's
happening in Numenor. Like
we have the Numenors. There's so many storylines now in play, and I really don't care about any of them.
No,
the dwarves is the closest one that has my interest.
That is the closest you have to having me give a shit. Is the dwarves. Okay. Anytime the dwarves are not there, my brain starts to wander. Mm-hmm. It is awful. But we have names for elves now. So let me tell you them. They're all going to be irrelevant and nobody's going to care. All right.
Our 6 of 5 elves, yeah.
Yes. Our Asian archer is Ryan.
Lucy Liu.
Ryan. It's Rian.
It's Lucy Liu.
No. And then we have Vorhill, Camir, and Daymore, and nobody cares. It's fine.
Camembert.
Okay. Can you give me 1 second?
Okay.
Apparently. Just give me a second.
Okay. So what happens is they're walking and they're like, oh, here's a land where they've buried their kings and their nobles into these barrows. And they're like, there's no trap here because the dead can't attack us. I mean, it's so bad. Oh, I have to go with Aquafina? Okay. Why Aquafina? What's the connection? I'm not sure I get it. So they come across the barrows, they start walking over. Okay, that's fair enough, Chris. Yeah. Okay. And then we get the spooky barrow with the eyes, and just like we saw in Galadriel's dream, from her ring pop, and barrow wraiths appear, and they start attacking them. Oh no! Whatever will our heroes do? And the black elf gets like scorpioned over, like it's like chains just come out, wrap around him, and he gets yanked away. And it's like Scorpion, like get over here. And our elves are taking out their weapons, which it took them forever to do that. Like they take out the weapon. Well, Galadriel takes out her sword. Things continue. These beasts, these creatures just continue to like merge and form around them. And it took for Galadriel to go arm yourselves before people took out before everyone else took out their weapons. It's like, really? You needed to be told? So they start attacking, and black guy's gone, and chonk it, Mark. Because Galadriel told me that Mark has a tiny pee-pee, and I'm a mature 40-year-old man.
No, you're not. That's lies and slander.
Well, did you hear what I just called Mark?
No, my mom called me again. So
Okay. Okay.
I will assume you were correct.
Yes, I absolutely was. Yeah. Galadriel says so. They start attacking the Burrow people, and Galadriel says that Mark has a tiny peepee. That happens, and then the weapons like aren't doing anything. Like uh they like hack and slash, and they just start to reform immediately. And then they go, oh, right, Burrow race. You can defeat them if you use the weapons they were buried with. Like, oh, okay. And then they just defeat them.
It's lame. I was making breakfast. Loki had told me that there was a battle that they made one of the lamest parts of the episode. I was like, that is that is shockingly bad. And I watch it and I'm just like, wow, that was lame.
How do I know?
A long time. I'm
skipping. And I know that how Ram Bam. It's in the show. Galadriel says it. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And how does she know? I have no idea how she would know that.
Yeah. Yeah. You need to explain yourself, Mark.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. We actually might have an answer to this because I'm going through this. What?
Okay.
That we might actually have an answer to how she knows that. I'm actually curious.
How does she know that Mark has a tiny peepee?
Oh, you know what? That's it's in the show. You just need to watch it, Mark. Mark, you didn't know you were in Rings of Power?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, now you're just compensating, Mark.
I'm not 100% sure how Galadriel knows about it. I'm looking through the scene again and again and again, and I cannot find where she knows.
No, they come across these. They come across the burrows. Yeah. They go, oh, these ancient people buried their kings and nobles here. We have nothing to fear from them. It's almost like coming across like a new area in a video game where you're going to face new enemies.
Yeah, the NPC just so happens to have information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they attack. The black guy gets hit with the chains, and Scorpion like, get over here.
Get over here.
And then they just like, oh, the Burrow race can be destroyed by their own weapons. Like, what? Okay, so Burrow wastes are like a known thing then. So
how the rest of y'all not know this? So
then why didn't Galadriel inform you there's Burrow waste in this direction? Why didn't she warn you then if they're a known thing?
No idea. Does it matter though?
Later, Mark.
Bye-bye.
I can't imagine why you didn't stick around.
Yeah, you're harassing our chatters. Thanks. But
the fight's not engaging. It's just like, oh, their weapons are no use. Oh, they took him down.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Great.
You're welcome, Mary.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, moving on, just like the scene does. And we're in another dark forest. That definitely isn't the same place.
Because it's not like it's so damn hard to see anything because they're shot so terribly.
It's so dark. I'm barely hanging on to seeing shit.
It's
it's just,
it's not as bad as Game of Thrones season 8 episode 3.
The Long Night, yes.
Yes. It's not that bad, but it's really dark.
Yes. So I'm very happy the humans decided to bring torches. That made me happy.
Yes.
And they're shouting for Theo. They're trying to find Theo because dumbass. The elf is the elf who's trying to track is just like picks up a piece of something and throws it away, and then picks up the giant axe right in front of his face, and it's like, oh, this is actually what I was looking for. So yeah, that giant axe that has blood, that obviously, that's fresh blood. Yeah, I mean, that's a good clue,
Yeah.
Oh, they left their weapons. Oh, I wonder why they left their weapons.
Mm-hmm. And then the Ents.
I haven't gotten to the Ents yet. Hold on. I can't blame you for wanting to skip. Oh, we got rid of the fucking torches. Now I can't see shit. That's.
Oh God! we forgot about. Okay.
The Ents aren't there yet. Okay. Do you know why?
Because we need the scene where they discovered the girl is actually one of the people, right?
Yeah, well, we cut back. So he was deep in the forest. They were searching for him. Apparently, they went back to their fucking houses.
Yeah.
It's daytime now, and he's like, hey, guys, that whole time we were walking back together, I didn't say this. I'm saying it now.
Now that we're back in this town, we're nice and safe, and we've restocked, we need to go back out.
Yeah, it's like, by the way, I don't think mortal men made this. And I'm like, oh, okay. Mortal men didn't do this. All right, cool. And he's like, oh, but like, how are we going to find them? Where are we going to know to look? And the girl is like, hey, I know where to look. They're up north. And everyone's like, how the fuck do you know that? It's like, oh, well, I've just spent my time wandering and looking around for people with no sense of direction. So that's how I know they're up north. And everyone's like, okay, believable person that we don't know at all, and who isn't part of our village, and we have no reason to trust in any way, shape, or form. We'll just take you by your word.
Yeah.
Complete face value. We have no reason to trust you in any way, shape, or form, nor should we trust you just because we have every reason to not trust you. We survived the, we know that people that live in the Southlands have a tendency to get captured by Adar and to get branded with his mark of loyalty once they swear fealty to him. So
after he gives them like a second to do so.
After he gives them a second, you can't hesitate, because if you even breathe or think, then you're dead. But why would you? Because everyone knows this. They know that because their own neighbors and friends and family turned on them in last season. Why would you trust anybody?
Right.
And apparently it's well known that he brands them. Which I'm just going to go and say, if you want somebody to infiltrate an area, Adar, maybe don't brand them.
Yeah.
Like on the neck where you could very obviously see that regardless of clothes. I would brand it on like their back or something. Somewhere that most people will never see. Most people aren't looking at each other's backs. They're just not. It's not an area of skin that's really going to be exposed in this kind of area.
Yeah, and as Ram Bam's pointing out, like traditionally women were branded on their hips so that you know
Yes.
a spot where it wouldn't be obvious.
Yeah, somewhere that wouldn't be obvious, like a back wouldn't be obvious, hips wouldn't be obvious, you know. You guess you could brand them on their butt like a cow, but you know.
You could.
And then we have the scene of Isildur's like, oh look, this is Numenorian stuff, and oh, I'm just gonna clean out this drain, and now we have water, and I'm just like, that water has been sitting in there for God knows how long. It's just like stagnant water.
I was also more flabbergasted at the concept that the people said that the well is all dried up, and Isildur goes, "It's not a well; it's an aqueduct." It's like, how do you people not know the difference?
So okay, well, I know what a well looks like, and I know what not a well looks like. That does not look like a well, so let's call it a well. It's like, no, that's not what a well looks like. A well you would dig in the ground and you'd use a bucket to. That's what a well is. Some kind of variation of that. That is a fucking spout, okay, that is coming out of the side of the wall with a drain.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's not a well, you dumbass. What? How are y'all alive? How stupid are you? And yeah, he just like fumbles around. He pulls some leaves out, just like a few leaves, and the whole ass, and like a lot of water shoots out. First of all, I ain't trusting that water. That water's just been sitting there, stagnant. That thing has so much bacteria. It's not even fucking funny. It's not fresh. All right, I'm leaving that water to run for at least a full day. That water's gonna run until it's actually properly fresh water, okay? Because no fucking way am I drinking that water immediately. All right, no, on no planet, okay?
No.
Also, did you clean the tub before you let the water just drain in, or is it just dirty water now? Even more reason to let it just go for a little while.
Well, I mean, he got it working again. It'll just power wash all that crap away somewhere. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's fine with that.
Yeah.
And they're like, yay, we have water now. And I'm just like, so none of y'all try to unclog the faucet?
Yeah. I mean, when he said, I think it was Theo, was like, man can't make things like that. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Okay, surely y'all have seen some kind of like spout before, okay? Like this isn't like new technology, surely.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
because like their level, the level of technology that we see them have in Tolkien's world, it's like the Middle Ages. Rome knew how to build aqueducts. That predates them. Like, okay.
Aqueduct technology has been around for a very long time.
Yeah, because people realized, oh, we need water, but areas where there is a lot of water are not very habitable. So why don't we figure out a way to transport the water from where it is to where we want to live?
Well, not just that. It's either not habitable or already populated. There's going to be no in between. So we need a way to get water to areas that are habitable, that aren't like super overpopulated right now. And we figured out the aqueduct. Not super rocket science. Most of our modern day plumbing technology comes from discovering that we can do aqueducts. It's just an advanced version of that.
Right.
That's all plumbing is an advanced version of an aqueduct.
Yeah.
So. And people immediately start using the water, and I'm like, y'all are gonna get so sick and die. It's not even funny. It's like, I'll just.
If the volcano didn't get you, the water will.
I hope y'all all take fucking baths, okay? And they try to have moments between him and the girl, and I'm just like, God, I don't care.
and Iridir, whatever the hell his name is, just she's a wildling, basically.
Yeah, like an elf man comes up and it's just like, hey, so
how did you know that?
First of all, I'm about to tell you something I have no reason to know. I have no business knowing this information. But I'm also going to tell you this in the middle of the fucking city area that we're in. Also, I waited way too long to figure this out. Just like, so how did you figure this out? How did you figure how did you figure out that information? How did you figure out she was one of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all this information, it's like, okay. I mean, it does make sense that she's a wild man because then she would know where they're fucking chilling, But then it's like, then why would you betray them like that?
Right.
And why are you doing this now? When did you learn this? Did you learn this last night? Is that what you learned when you were out there? Is that so you waited like 12 hours to tell us this information? Do you know how much damage she could have done in 12 hours? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Oh, I noticed the wound on your neck from your hair being down the whole time. It's like, oh no, I betrayed you. And I'm like, Isildur, you've known her for less than 24 hours. Shut up.
I know. I was... That's something my wife said when we were watching it earlier. She's like, why do you care about her? You've known her for like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, but he got to tell his sad mom story too.
Yeah.
And she listened. Yeah. So he's like, okay. She listened, she's kind of hot, and she has a vagina. So that's why he cares.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably why. Who knows? This might be the first time a chick's ever cared. Like, I honestly haven't seen him talk to another girl. This might be the first time.
That wasn't his sister. I don't think so. Yeah.
It wasn't his. It wasn't a girl that was his sister.
I think he also had like 1 or 2 scenes with the queen in the first season.
Potentially. But he's not a Targaryen, so his sister doesn't matter.
Right.
So, but, Elfman drags him, so that's Isildur and the lady out. The lady who seems to be potentially replacing Bronwyn's storyline. Kind of gives you that vibe a little bit, doesn't it? This could have been Bronwyn's storyline for season 2. Isildur's kind of going over things in his head out loud that don't make sense. He's like, "Oh, you stabbed me and you stole my horse." I'm like, "Yes, Isildur." Like,
nothing gets past you.
Yeah, she stabbed you, and yet you seemed totally fine with everything. Yeah. So, he's just mad. He's going, I've known you for 6 whole hours, and you have betrayed me, and I am upset, and I'm going over this with you like we've been in a 2-year relationship. Like, what the hell, show? And she's like, would you have rather died in Mordor? And I'm just like, lady, he doesn't know you. Why would he even have an opinion on that? I actually, he doesn't even know you well enough to know if you deserve that kind of treatment, okay? All he knows is that you were friendly to him, you stabbed him, you were friendly, and you were flirty, and then, now you're like a wildman / agent of Adar. That's all he knows about you. Oh, and you had a fiance, I guess. That's it.
Yeah, she seems real broken up about it.
Yeah, the fiance we've managed to forget about over the course of 1 episode. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just the question, would you rather I died in Mordor? And Isildur's like, I don't know. And I'm just like, yeah, you don't know. Because you don't know this person. You literally do not know this human being. You just know.
And it's also, again, people just referring to the Southlands, which has been known forever. Suddenly, now it's Mordor.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to go and say Elfman looks like he's aged 10 years, too.
He has gotten older, yeah.
Like, dude, man, take a nap. Chill out. Like, he seems ragged. Now, it makes more sense for his character to look a little ragged because of Browwood. Or at least what we thought was happening with him in Browwood. They actually never confirmed that.
But then you look at the amount of not aging that Orlando Bloom did between Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. Like, he's older. He's clearly older, but it's not that noticeable.
It's like, I mean, I can forgive it, you know? Because, like, I'm aware Orlando Bloom is older now than he was back then, okay? Like, it's fine, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like he had aged 15 years.
Yeah, whereas, like, there's a few characters in this where it's like, okay, you have noticeably aged.
Right. It's not like, or like Riker in the season finale of Enterprise, where it's like, oh God, what are you doing here? Wait, this is supposed to be during Next Generation? Sure.
Like, oh, okay. Hey, Riker, why do you have a whole bunch of fucking gray hairs?
Why are you in a chef's outfit?
Why do you look like you're 60? I don't.
Why did you agree to be in this?
Did Troy blackmail you? You can say yes. Blink twice. if she did blackmail you.
Anyway.
So, blah, 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 they're walking. Oh, look, we're going to cut to Theo, and he's stuck in a tree. Who cares? Anyway, we're walking again.
And that's the scene.
I'm not kidding. That's the scene. That is how it's cut. It's walking. Oh, my gosh. Relationship drama, question mark. We've known each other for 6 hours. Oh, look, Theo's stuck in a tree. Oh, my goodness.
With some of the other people, with some other wildlings, and that's it.
Other people are stuck in tree. Anyway, cutting back to we're walking again.
Yes. And the girl's now in handcuffs.
Yeah. He's in handcuffs. Now Isildur's stuck in the mud, and we get another bait scene of Isildur dying, and I'm just like, shut up, show. Have y'all even seen the beginning of Fellowship? Do I need to sit y'all down and make you watch the beginning of Fellowship where Isildur is alive and cutting the ring off of Sauron's hand?
Yeah. It's like he's one of the few people in this show you literally cannot kill. We know this.
Yes. Dumbasses.
I mean, all of your original characters, those are fair game. You can kill them off if you want to. Not that we'll care, but you can.
Yes. Also,
like Bronwyn, were you upset about that?
No, I laughed and I toasted to her. I was just like, good job. You got the fuck out. I am proud of you. You became my favorite character very quickly because of that. Good on you, champ. So here we go. Here's the stupid scene. Okay, so we're very well aware that elves are much stronger than humans. Yes?
Yes.
We're all aware of this. We're aware of this fact. In every fantasy ever, elves are stronger than humans. Yes.
Especially Tolkien's elves. They have heightened senses. They're stronger. They're extremely light and very agile.
Yes. So, do you know what I'm surprised of? I'm surprised
that he couldn't get him out of that he couldn't get the superhero god mode elf couldn't get Isildur out of the mud.
Yeah, so Elfman is trying to get Isildur
and
out of the
dear
mud.
God, I am tired of the quicksand type meme in stories.
I have no issue with quicksand, except when quicksand doesn't act like quicksand, which quicksand is not acting like quicksand in this.
No.
Not how quicksand works.
Yeah, because it's how deep is this thing?
Yes.
And then also, if you're stuck like this, and because it's the struggling, is that's what's digging your foot in deeper and deeper and deeper, and that's what causes the sinking. What you're supposed to do is just lie back and float. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
But then we wouldn't have had a scene where like some sort of tree snake creature attacks him.
So this is how it looks. All right, looks like a Sildar stuck in quicksand. All
Yes.
right, Elfman comes over and tries to get him out, and then all of a sudden they're both yanked under, like if they're underwater. It's crazy. So the lady comes over and she's like, "Hey, I'm gonna grab this big branch and I'm gonna get y'all to come out with it." And she pulls and pulls, and then all of a sudden a giant tree snake.
A giant tree, snake, bobbit, worm, something, whatever.
Comes out, and I'm just like, what the fuck? And then you see a knife come out of its chest, Hercules, Disney style. And
oh my god, that's exactly what Becky called it.
Yes, that was one of my all-time favorite Disney movies. I've seen that movie so many times. That 1000% was the scene where Hercules cuts out from the Hydra head from the stomach. That's the only way to kill something. It's from the inside. If you cut off its head, 2 more come in. So you stop fucking trying to cut off the heads and you just wreck its insides. Yep. So, the thing dies. Oh no. And Elfman and Isildur are fine. And
they're like, there's many nameless creatures in this land. We shall call this supper. I was like, oh god.
We shall call it supper. And I'm like, okay, you don't even know what this poison is.
Yeah.
You don't even fucking know what this is. I'm not eating it. I'm not eating this mud-covered fucking... God damn it. Mordor just sucks. You've become too human, Elfman. You're now covered in mud, like a proper Southlander, and you're eating random fucking gross shit. Stop.
Yeah.
And, I was doing, okay, we're fine, oh, fuck, we're back with the Harfoots.
Yay!
They're tied up. In jail, I guess. And then, they come out, the lady comes out, and it's kind of just, or what did she say?
Like, you're going to be banished from these lands or something like that.
Yeah, you're going to be
I was like, well,
whatever. Anyway.
And I was like, what? Why didn't you just kick him out in the first place then?
You dumb fucks. They literally just arrived. Just kick them out. It's not hard.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. Well, guess what? You, because you're black, remind me of our black trail leader. Sorry, literally, that's what I thought. I was just
that's what happened.
You also remind me of Sardock, our trail leader. I'm like, why? Because he's black, Nori? Because they're both black? Is that why? But please tell me, what exactly about this person who does not act at all like Sardock did reminds you of Sardock? Is it their skin color? Is that potentially what it is?
Are you saying they all look the same, Nori?
Yeah, Nori. Like, what the fuck, Nori? What's going on here?
Man, that's Sardock. He liked to eat chicken. Do you guys like to eat chicken too?
Yeah. What the fuck? And she name drops, and apparently Sardock either is or
is descended from
ascended from a fucking prophecy of whatever that went out. They fucked off and said, "I'm gonna go find something better because this land is shit." And he's right. This land is shit. There's a reason why people generally don't live in the desert.
Yeah.
Because the deserts are kind of just shit. There's nothing that really grows there. There's nothing that really lives there. And it's just a bunch of fucking sand, and it's hot and very cold at night.
Yeah, there's not a lot of there's a lot of cities and stuff around the perimeter of the Sahara Desert. There's no cities in the Sahara Desert.
Las Vegas is a fucking bizarre phenomenon where they literally set up shop in the middle of the desert. Nobody does that.
Mm-hmm.
It's why if like an apocalypse happens, like every apocalyptic movie shows that Las Vegas goes back to the sand. It's like, yeah, because it's in a desert.
Yeah.
That's what would happen. It would just go back to the desert.
Yes. Their deserts are extremely unforgiving.
Yeah, they really don't care. You think any kind of like nature doesn't care. Deserts care the least. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So then she's like, oh, well, they're supposed to, once we find this place, he was supposed to find the place, what was it called? It's called the
Not Shire?
The Suzot, which is definitely not translated to the fucking Shire. I was expecting her to say Shire. I was waiting for it, and I didn't get the Shire. I was kind of disappointed. He called it the Suzot. He's like, oh, and then he'll come back for us. And I'm sitting here like, why don't y'all go fucking find it? Why are you stuck in this shithole?
Yeah.
Go find it. You're in a desert wasteland. Go.
It's kind of like Moses said, I will lead you to the promised land, and they're like, we'll wait here. We're not going to go try to find it with you. Call us when you get there. Like, summon us and wow, It's like I don't want to walk all the way out there. Summon me when you guys get to the raid.
Yeah.
It's like, no,
you're coming with us, you idiot. What the hell?
I'm not gonna summon you. Get off your lazy ass.
Yeah.
Well, stay on your lazy ass because we're all playing a game, but still.
Yeah. But yeah, apparently they've just been sitting here waiting for this person. I don't know how many fucking generations it's been. They said it ancient. I don't know what that means in Harfoot terms, okay? Because honestly, I have no concept of lifespan or I just don't know. And yeah, we've just been sitting here waiting. I'm just like, have you considered that he died and he died like 8 feet away from here? Have we not considered
to the desert?
Yeah.
And
then there's still. Hold on, I'm. There's a line in here that pisses me off. He says like, I think that Robert's never find the Suzot, which I'm sorry, I would have figured that one out at some point. That he probably isn't coming back. Yeah. And after a while, God, they take so long to say things. We just kept wandering. Oh, we're just wandering. We don't have a home. You literally do.
Swimming. Just keep swimming, swimming.
This line pissed me off. You literally do have a home.
I know. It's like,
shut the fuck up.
It's like
nomads have homes. They just take them with them. You dumb fuck. I don't even understand. Really, any nomadic people ever? Do you think they ever said, "Oh, we don't have home"? No, you do.
Yeah.
They take them with them.
And
that's it.
And the idea is you're wandering because you are looking for a place that is suitable to settle on. So you don't have to keep wandering. And they freaking do because the Harfoots are surrounded by greenish woodlands. Plenty of places to hide. You can build your communities in secrecy.
There's water, there's food, there's plenty of places to hide. I don't even understand why we're still fucking traveling.
It's like the only reason you don't have a permanent place to call home is because your stupid leaders haven't set up camp, basically. They haven't, here's a good spot for our settlement. and they stay and they make homes there.
Yeah, which will increase, it will make everything better, by the way, because you can plant crops, you can like start building up homes and generational shit, and there's a reason why people, generally speaking, do not have a nomadic way of life anymore. Because most areas have set up shop.
Yeah. Plus all my crap's in my house. I don't want to just keep moving it all the time. That's a pain.
No, you just dig a hole.
Oh.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. But there are riders. Oh my goodness. Riders are coming.
No.
Oh no.
Not these guys.
And they immediately greet them by smacking their leader. And I'm just like, well, that's not good for diplomacy.
And then he extends his hand to like pick her up, like, why?
I love that. Just please smack you. Okay. I don't like your face.
Shut up, bitch.
Yes.
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like,
here you go.
What kind of envoy are you?
I don't know. They're stupid. They think they're so edgy. They're so edgy, and they have their stupid little edgy masks. And it's like, oh, but we're the Harfoots, and they're like, oh, fucking have Harfoots.
The stores.
We're stores. Okay,
the
we're not
only people
Harfoots.
here are stores, and you see like Nori and Poppy like, oh.
Yeah. Do you know why we wear these masks? And I'm just like, why? Please tell me. I would love the answer. And then he doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, it's like, you'll find out when we return with the Dark Wizard. It's like, oh.
Defy the Dark Wizard when we return with him? You'll find out for yourselves. And I'm just like, I'm not going to remember that. How long is this going to take?
And again, why the hell?
Why
the Dark Wizard cared about the Istar about Gandalf. Why would he? The only reasons you guys are after the Harfoots was so that you could use them as leverage against the wizard. Why does, now that you know that they're separated, what the hell do you care about them for?
I don't know.
It makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm trying to get confirmation on something. Give me 1 second. Because I want to make sure before I say. Let's see. Do. All right, never mind. Unhelpful. Okay. I think one of the elves is dead. I think one of the elves died. I wasn't 100% sure, but the black elf decided to peace out.
Yes.
Because apparently they're following horror movie rules.
Yes.
Well, the black guy dies first.
Yep. Bye, Tuvok.
Bye. We knew you for very long, and I don't think anyone actually said your name out loud, but it's fine.
Yeah. And
everyone is. Okay, now we're down to 5. Look at that.
We're now down to 5, and we still have the 2 swordsmen and archer that he asked for at the very beginning.
The fucking universe made them move down to 5.
They literally gave him a spare in case they needed one.
We had a spare tire just in case.
It gave him double eagle tires.
Yes. Elrond and Galadriel are talking, and I have to notice that Galadriel's hair is down again, and I'm annoyed because it's like, no, wait, it was smart to have your hair up because then it was out of your face, but now it's down again. No! And it's down in a way where it's obviously going to get all in your face if you go into battle.
Yeah.
And they're talking about, oh, Sauron this and Sauron that, and like, oh, Sauron's terrifying, and I can feel it in this ring, and I'm just like, but why? You didn't have anything to do with it. And then Sauron's like, oh, well, my dad foresaw that I was gonna save Celebrimbor, and I'm just like, I mean, technically you saved him already. So does that mean save him again? Or like also your dad is a seer or oh, I'm sorry, his life would be in his hands. And honestly,
which is not at all what the hell. That's not at all how Celebrimbor meets his end.
Yeah, I don't know how he meets his end, actually.
I can tell you how it happens in the book because it's not at all, because I'm sure it's not what's going to happen in the show.
It's definitely not. Or if even if it is, it's probably going to be funny. But please tell me.
Okay,
how does he die?
So after Sauron got the One Ring, and he realized it didn't automatically corrupt the elves like he wanted it to, he started to gather up the other rings. He went to Celebrimbor and was like, hey, I need the other rings. And he's like, no, you betrayed us. And so Sauron tortured him to death. That's how Celebrimbor meets his end. He's tortured to death by Sauron.
Nice.
I don't see that happening in this. Since Sauron is flat out will know where the other rings are going.
Yeah, because he's literally handing them off. So
yes, like because we saw them at the end of episode 3. They were making the 7 rings for the dwarves. So next season they'll be making the 9 for men.
That's exciting.
Woo.
Woo. Anyway, we're back with Elfman. We're back with Elfman.
Okay. Yeah, so
trying to.
They get freed from the thing. They're at camp, and this is when he presents her with the key to the manacles. And it's like, wait, you've waited this long?
Yeah, right. He's like, oh, I'm sure he's probably testing to see whether you're gonna let me go or not. And he gets all close, like he's about to kiss her, and then she obviously grabs his sword, and I was like, "What?" Isildur.
That move was so stupid on her part.
First of all, Isildur, you're stupid.
Okay. Let me clarify. Yes, it's incredibly stupid on Isildur's part because you would absolutely feel your sword getting grabbed like that. Because it's like
swords are heavy. I know
they're heavy. Yeah, they're very heavy. It's on his hip. You would feel her touching it and trying to take it out. And so it's stupid on his part. Then it's also really stupid on her part. Like, what do you think is going to happen? You have an expert marksman just a few feet away.
Yep. And he obviously did that to see if he was going to see if she was going to kill him. She ends up not killing him
because he was instantly ready.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden there's leaves and oh my goodness, creaking of wood, and all of a sudden,
yeah. And the moment the moment Collagen Lips gets smacked, with how violently she was, Becky immediately went, "Oh, she's dead."
Yeah, I thought she was dead. Is she not dead?
No, she survives.
Boo.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Ents are here. The Ents have arrived.
And not just any Ents, it's an Ent and an Ent wife. We finally get female representation with Wood. Aren't you thrilled?
I am so thrilled to have representation of woman and Wood. So exciting.
Yes. And because they're so unoriginal, the girl elf has flowers all over her.
Oh yeah. That's how we know they're female. There's flowers.
I thought that was funny, but I realized that.
That's great.
Now, I will give him this. Overall, I like the designs for the Ents in this.
Oh yeah, I had no issue with the designs of the Ents.
I actually kind of like them. I don't want to see them again, and they were talking way too fast. Like these were Ents that have like something on their mind and they're like determined. Like that's not Ents. They're very, very slow and deliberate with everything.
Yes.
They're not hot-headed.
No.
Now, do they have a right to be angry at what's going on in their woods? Sure. But they're not hot-headed. They're very slow to act.
Yes. The Ents are asking, hey, Elfman, have you ever put some axe to wood that's alive? And he's just like, I mean, like, technically, and then he ends up being, they start trying to kill him, and I'm like, you know, I'm suddenly thrown back into Ghostbusters. Just say you're a god. Why do you need to tell these Ents that they like? Why do they need to know that you did?
Mm-hmm.
Say no. I have not willingly done that. There you go. You have said the truth.
Yeah, I was forced to by our mutual enemy. You can just do that.
Yeah. You can say that. That is true. So. But yeah, he's like, nope, fuck. There are, trying to run away from them does not work.
Because they're Ents.
Because they're Ents, yeah.
They're huge. And they're all over the place. So yeah.
Anyway, there's a stupid conversation that happens, which is happening way too quick, and the Ents are way too fast, and just bad.
But basically, all that happens is he tells them we have a mutual enemy. They're the ones responsible for destroying your forest, and they're like, well, you need to help protect us then. And he's like, okay. So is this the beginning of the Mirkwood elves, and thus this is how we get like Legolas's line and all that? Is that what they're trying to set up?
No idea. Dude, I have no clue.
Because they were out, because the Ent forests were out by Mirkwood.
Yes. That is
which is where Legolas is from.
Yes.
So I guess he's like, all right, my people will set up camp around here. I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I would laugh if Elfman founds the fucking Mirkwood elves. Like, that would be funny.
That would be funny.
Stupid female ent, okay, holds the hand of Elfman. I can't stress it enough. Holds
I
hand of
got that.
Elfman, and then gets one of her blossoms and hands it to him. And I'm just like, what the fuck, show?
I mean, I'm okay with the idea of an ent that, you know, that's like part of a flowering tree, grabbing a flower, handing it to a new ally. That's fine. It's just, why is the one that was so hot-headed doing this now?
Yeah.
And of course they made the woman the angry one.
Of course.
The angry emotional one. Of course they did.
Yes. But we do have Theo back now.
Yay?
So, yay. Oh, they found out about the orcs, which the Inch would obviously know already about the orcs.
Yeah. Which then would then raise the question, why wouldn't the elves, or why wouldn't the Ents remember the difference between, you know, why wouldn't they remember what orcs look like so that they wouldn't be confused by the hobbits later? Because like that was the first thing. That's the first thing they had to decide at the council, that, you know, Merry and Pippin were not orcs.
True. But this show is dumb, Josh. Like,
yeah. So like now you've established, okay, they know what orcs look like, so why are they confused by Merry and Pippin? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Well, guess what? Rip the simp. Alright. Isildur. Rip.
Yes.
Because
it turns out, oh, her betrothed is fine.
Yep.
And now Isildur's blue-balled. Oh well.
Yep. Massive rip.
It's like, oh.
You could do better than a woman that stabs you and then tries to kill you a couple times.
You know, yeah. Like she tried to stab you, tried to rob you, and she threatened your life. It was never going to work out there, buddy.
No. And then, oh look, Theo is like, thanks for giving a shit about me. Totally not Dad.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I made a promise.
I have to go fulfill my promises. You can come with.
Yeah.
Like, well, actually, it's more like, I have promises to keep. It will be dangerous. You want to come? It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, hey, small child that I just rescued. Do you want to come on this very dangerous task?
And then Theo said a line I was very, very confused by. I have promises of my own to keep. Like, what? What promises? What?
I don't remember. I think they're just hinting at a scene with Bronwyn that we're never gonna get because.
So what happened after that? I forget.
It's okay. I'm trying to remember, so I'm looking. Oh, we're map traveling again, and now we have a huge horde of orcs. I don't know where all these orcs
are. Oh, the other fight sequence.
Yes.
I blocked that out because it was so bad.
Yeah. So we have other orcs, guys. So this is where I have to ask, guys, what exactly was your job? You 5 elves. What exactly was your job?
I don't know.
Because I don't think you're currently doing it, but I would like to know what it was. I think you were supposed to go to Celebrimbor. I think. I'm pretty sure that's what the goal of this mission was. Except that's definitely not what you're doing. You're going on you're ignoring the main quest line and you're doing the side quests. But we're not 100% sure what the main quest is. So you're doing all the side quests.
Yeah. It's kind of like in Fallout where you just whatever. It's like, okay, I need to go find the people who kidnapped my son. Wait, I can be a superhero for a comic book guy that's a zombie that's over 200 years old? Yes!
Very important.
Yes, that's far more important.
Yes.
Well, I can help out a robot crew that has a whole bunch of that's on like on the U.S. On old Ironside that they've put jet rockets onto. Hell yes, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, screw my son.
Yeah. And also, I love this line. A legion of orcs have marched into elvish lands. We are all of us at war. Love that line. We are all of us at war. It's like, okay, so did the elves just start giving a shit about their property lines during the Third Age? Or because they definitely cared in the Third Age. So when did that start? Doesn't seem like they care now. Also, I wouldn't have known these were elvish woods because they don't seem any different than the woods that fucking Elfman, Theo, and Isildur were in.
I mean, I thought they were the same woods, so apparently they are already elven lands, I guess.
Because this doesn't look like elvish lands.
Yeah.
Kind of just looks like regular old forest. So, don't worry, we have 4 minutes left in the episode. We are very close.
Yep.
So, Elrond says, word of this must reach the High King before our host sails for Mordor. And I'm sitting here like, hold on a second. Did I just miss the part where Gil-galad was fucking off to Mordor? When was that established? Did I blank that out?
I don't recall that in the slightest.
Yeah, I don't remember there being anything indicating that. Of course, I could be mistaken. There is an awful lot I'm trying to keep up with. It's like we have like twice as many storylines as we did last season that I'm trying to keep up with. And they're all boring and lame. So I don't know why this Elvish party is doing what they're doing. I'm not 100% sure. But now one of them has to go back to Gil-galad? I'm kind of just like, so yes. I'm guessing it's going to be Elrond that's going to go back. Like, that's what I was thinking at this time. It's going to be Elrond to go back, and Galadriel's going to be in charge again. That's what I thought, maybe, you know. God, so much, just nothing. Now the orcs are hunting for food because they're hungry. They're looking around and looking around, and then one of the stupid elves, all right, get shot with an arrow somehow.
You know, those incredibly keen eye-sighted elves.
Yes, they got shot with an arrow.
Didn't see all these orcs like getting around them.
Yeah, they got shot with an arrow.
Like,
None of the elves see it.
Yeah.
None of them saw anything, and he groans and is just like, "Oh, I got shot." Rip. And then the orcs are like, "Oh, hey, look, other people."
Yep.
And then Elrond and Galadriel talk, and they're just like, "Okay, y'all need to go." And Galadriel, and Elrond's like, we're not going in. What are you talking about? We're obviously gonna fight them together. That's stupid. Or we're gonna run together. We're not splitting up." And Galadriel's like, "No, I will take this. Also, here's my ring. I want you to keep."
Well, hold on. She uses the ring to heal the guy's wounds, because she can just do that
sorry.
now.
It's so dark. I missed that, apparently. All right, I couldn't see that. I actually didn't know that happened.
Yes, she puts her hand over the guy's wound, and the arrow just falls out, and then he just gets up. He's fine.
Oh.
Like, oh. Okay.
Fucking
she
weird.
can just do that. Too bad you didn't do it for the black dude.
Yeah. Oh, get to Linden. We have confirmation. They are supposed to go to Celebrimbor. That's what I thought this whole time. So, what the fuck? Where have we been going? Where are we? What are we doing, guys? We are side questing so hard. Spell of healing. Yes, she upgraded. Yeah. She upgraded a level. She got spell of healing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's like, "Hey."
And then she takes off. And then she takes off her ring pop, gives it to Elrond, and says,
"Yep,
finish our quest," or whatever.
Yes.
And
something like that.
They do the stupidest thing you can possibly do: abandon your white mage.
Yes.
You never do that.
Never. Not a good plan. Always goes downhill after that.
Yeah.
Also, there's like 50 orcs, and we have Galadriel with a bow and arrow. I'm just like, yes. Oh, okay, so she's fucked. Okay.
Yes. She there's no reason at all that she shouldn't be killed right here.
Yep. And then we have slow-mo fight scene, and I wanted to die. So all the orcs should be running towards her, and they hit her 1 to 3 at a time. And it just pissed me off. Because you can literally see them in the background standing still, waiting for their turn. And I'm just like...
It's like, where are the archers? Just loose some arrows. She won't... There's no way she'd be able to stop them all.
It's dark. It is at night. You have all the advantage. You have like 50 people.
You've clearly demonstrated that these elves don't have extremely keen eyesight because of how poor people are, because of how people are able to sneak up on them. So they clearly don't have their amazing eyes.
Yeah. She manages to get on a horse.
So she's
she should have left.
So she's in an elevated position now.
Yeah. So she should have left.
Just fire like 500 arrows at her.
Yeah. She should have just fucking rode off. Okay.
You could even have it be she leads them off in a different direction to give the other people more time. You know? Yeah. But no, she's just like on the horse fighting people. Like, no, horses lose their advantage if you aren't running.
Yeah. And the other elves, like Elrond and them, they're just like, oh, oh my goodness, she's so amazing. And oh, she sacrificed herself for us. And I'm just like, yeah, so move.
Yeah.
Stop standing around. And then, of course, Elrond's just like, oh, she did it to save the ring. And I'm like, probably true, because she doesn't give a fuck about anyone but herself. Anyway, moving.
I also just want to point out that Galadriel was the only bearer of Nenya, her ring. So, what the hell's Elrond doing with it now?
I mean, I would guess he's not going to put it on.
True, but
guess what?
he's now a ring bearer for it, though.
Yeah, well, we've already proven the show's stupid.
Yeah.
So
No,
guess what?
Elrond does eventually have one of the rings.
Yeah.
It's just not yet.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if like these aren't the actual rings for the elves?
That would be funny.
Like Celebrimbor actually makes the last three, like makes them by himself. You know what? Here we go.
Like
Here's
the
a
actual
prediction.
story.
No, like I actually think he's gonna make Celebrimbor's gonna make 3 more, and those are gonna be for the elves. That's gonna be without Sauron's influence, and that's what's gonna get him tortured to death.
We'll just reset the rings, basically.
Yeah, can't you see that?
They could do something that stupid, yeah.
Total bait switch. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Isildur is like, he's not actually Isildur. It's his son that actually does all this. That I wouldn't be surprised about. Stuff like that, right? Where it's like, oh well, technically, like resetting something. I don't think they're above that. So, well, Gladriel does the dumbest thing she could have done in this situation. She's on the horse. She could have rode off, and she rides right back in the middle of battle.
Yeah.
Gets her ass knocked off the horse and is captured.
I legitimately laughed when she dodged the sword going over her head. And they did like the Matrix thing where she like bends backwards. I legitimately laughed at that.
Yeah.
And then Adar's there for some reason.
Somehow Adar has he's apparated there.
It's like, what? I thought you were ruling from the new Mordor lands. What are you doing here now? I don't get it.
I don't know. But that's it. That is it. That is the 4th episode, and next week we'll start only covering 1 episode because holy shit, these
Thank God.
And we're going fast because there's so much nothingness. If I had to go over every single line, like actually, like in-depth summary, I couldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I am doing y'all and myself a favor by doing it at the speed we're doing it. This is quick. This is us quickly going over them. I just saw EFAB went live, and they're doing episodes 1 and 2. Good luck, boys. I don't know how the fuck you're going to do it in less than 12 hours. Like, we did ours in like 4.5. And we were going quick. And they have like 6 people on their panel. I have no idea how the fuck they're going to do it in less than 12 hours.
Yeah. Not a clue.
So.
I do like the EFAP thumbnail that has the guy that launched Mount Doom and like the return of the goat on it.
Oh, I did not see that. Hold on. Let me look.
Look at their thumbnail. He was the hero of season 1.
He was.
He tried to kill everybody.
I know. Yeah. Turn of the goat. Yep.
Yeah. The show's painful.
It is painful.
Because
I do have to ask, Josh, you want to continue? You want to polish off this season?
We're already halfway through. Might as well.
I know. Loki said he's not going to cover it anymore, but I don't know. I'm kind of like, I kind of want to see it through. You know? Kind of want to see it through. At 12 hours per 2 episodes, Chris.
I mean, it's the EFAP guys, so they can go.
Yeah, they can go. This is like their full-time jobs, so they save up all of their power for the weekend. Whereas Josh and I have full-time jobs that are exhausting, and we can't do it that long. The
No,
fact that we're doing it at 4.5 hours is crazy.
it'll be
don't
better
have the
once we
energy.
finally next week when we're down to one episode.
Yes. What I can do one episode a week.
Yes,
Them dropping 3 episodes at once is a fucking
that
war
should
crime.
be that. I was just about to say that.
It's a war crime.
It really is. Yeah, that should be crimes against humanity. Releasing 3 episodes in 1 week.
It's violating the Geneva Convention, all right? Ugh, Iris is feeling masochistic. It's more like they haven't quite lost me yet. There was a point when Loki and I were watching Batwoman season 2 that we both came to the conclusion of, yeah, we can't do this anymore. And I feel like everyone came to that conclusion at some point. EFAP came to that conclusion.
Came to that conclution.
Jay Longbone. I think she managed to do a little bit of season 3. I think she polished off season 2. I think, but most people dropped off. Did you see her?
Did you see her? Her doing a playthrough of Dustborn.
Oh, I started that yesterday morning. I haven't gotten around to most of it anymore.
She doesn't make it very far.
Well, I mean, it's a 7-hour stream. What is she into doing?
I think she made it to about 2.5, 3 hours on Dustboard before she all right, screw this, I'm going to Arkham Knight.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm watching it. I think I got an hour in, and I was just like, Jay,
it's yeah,
honey, we don't need to do this. Okay, there's nothing here. All right, there's not even anything to critique. There's just so little. Okay.
I mean, I mean, as much as I love hearing Jay Longbone laugh, it's like, honey, stop.
Honey, I know you're not liking this. You could stop. Nobody's making you do this. It's okay. I'd rather her do another playthrough of Validate, with oh my god, Carl, and maybe Burst. I'm forgetting the name of the other guy that they did. I'm Not Starfire, whatever that stupid comic was.
Oh,
if it was those 4, I would be perfectly fine doing other things because that was fun. Yeah, Jay Longbone has a sense of humor that would allow her to stand that much nonsense. I know, but I mean, still, man, there wasn't even really a game there. But no. Carl, yeah, Carl. Anyway, I'm done at the moment.
Yeah.
I am fine with continuing on at least for this season. I cannot tell you if I'm going to do season 3.
Well, that's also not for 2 years.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Is I cannot promise y'all I'm doing season 3. I will polish off season 2, but I cannot make promises about season 3. Because God help me.
Yeah.
House of the Dragon is good enough that I'm almost fine with waiting for 2 years. I still think they should make it a year. It's just I can see the time and effort and how much I can see the 2 years of work.
The quality difference is staggering.
Yes. I don't see 2 years of work in any of this.
No.
I just don't.
The only thing in this that shows that this is 2 years later is how much Theo's grown up.
How much some characters have aged. Elfman, Isildur's sister, Theo. So.
Okay.
All right, you got anything going on, Josh?
Not to my knowledge.
I don't either. Isn't that exciting? Oh, we will see y'all next week then. For episode 5 of this glorious nonsense.
Yay.
Yay. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.